Hello, friends. Welcome to Roll to Quest, where you experience authentic, live, and late D&D, as always. Nothing special. Nothing special for today. So again, we are going to just jump right back into our session. It's probably a little bit loud. So, last time, you all, or the Cubix Ascenders, I should say, participated more so in the Dragon Festival. After meeting with your guide and starting to explore a little bit of the Dragon Festival, you undertook the first Trial of Conquest, or for the Dragon Festival. In this Trial of Conquest, it was effectively an eliminate the leader between you and some bugbears, goblins, and wargs. The goblins were quickly dispatched with, mainly by Razu. The bugbear, however, instead seemed to more so be impressed or interested in the power that Gurgle had exhibited. After dropping Razu in a fairly, we'll say, spectacular fashion,
multiple times,
he elected to resign after having a brief conversation with Gurgle and simply saying that he looks forward to potentially fighting, or it'd be better said, to brawling with you in the future. As it seems, he seemed to think that fight wasn't as fair, and he instead wanted to fight you as soon as you were able to more fully realize this power. After he resigned, the crowd seemed a little bit upset, almost frustrated with it. That said, your victory was announced, and you are going to be advancing to the next Trial of Conquest, 2 of 7. Or the second of 7, I should say. Orlavel again made an appearance, congratulated on you on your victory, and offered rewards as much as he can. A group reward was offered for every conquest that you are successfully able to emerge victorious on. A group reward has not been decided on for your first conquest. However, he at least elected to let you guys stay at his manor. You met with his butler, who you eventually learned went by the name of Batal, who took you to the varying parts of Orlavel's manor. Gurgle went to the forge to start to work on some equipment. Razu and Kane, I believe, were the two that went to the library. Tiku has gone into the cellar to collect more ingredients, and Razu and I almost called you Kane again. Razu and Clay instead elected to rest for the evening in what appeared to be
Zephyr.
Oh, I did say Razu, yes. Zephyr and Clay elected to rest in the baths, gaining some additional, we'll say, benefits, boons, that will ideally go into the next day. So where we're going to start is just, I mentioned that we were going to talk about it and kind of decide on what we're doing. Razu is pivoting a little bit on what he's, by the way, you can swap it to everyone as soon as they're done with that.
Yeah.
Razu is going to be pivoting a little bit. Instead of researching the gods, upon realizing that he can't in fact read an entire library in one night, he is instead going to be researching alchemy. And Gurgle has elected for his time to try and inscribe, it was the rune of dragon, right?
strength, dragon.
Draconic strength.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, draconic strength. Like telling a story of how he's also going to be singing to it, using performance to sing to it to add an extra layer of runesmithing to it. But he's going to be singing about like old dragons that used to rule the world and their strength unmatched, and these gigantic beasts that are incomprehensible to most mortals. And he's just going to be telling a story about basically everything that he's seen and the Dragon Festival and how the dragons portrayed such strength and stuff like that.
Okay. So you're gonna make two separate checks. The first one is going to be a rune weaving check, which again is just your Arcana. You do not have proficiency in it as of right now.
It would just
so
be
it's effectively a straight, it would be a straight intelligence roll. So just whatever you roll plus your intelligence, and then you are also going to make a blacksmithing check after that.
No performance?
If you're doing it yourself, no, performance would still be there.
So 3?
So
3 checks.
Yes, 3 checks total. I need the rune weaving check, the performance check, and then the blacksmithing check.
The blacksmithing is athletics.
Blacksmithing, it should just be blacksmithing's tools.
Well, because we do the thing where if you're proficient in both.
Yes,
blacksmithing
I forget
and
that they changed it in 2024. I believe it is
So it's
athletics.
athletics, but it's double expertise.
I believe
you
so.
add your proficiency of your athletics check and your blacksmithing check. So if you're expertise in both, you basically get your proficiency 4 times.
Yeah. So it's double this, right?
It is athletics.
Double that.
You are proficient in athletics.
I'm expertise in.
Just add your proficiency modifier
I'm
again.
expertise in blacksmith tools.
So then you would, our current policy, you would add 15 to your blacksmithing check, basically. You roll a d20 and add 15.
Okay.
Because you're
The
proficient
tool.
in athletics and your expertise in the tools, so you basically get 1.5 times expertise.
Okay.
Or 3
Okay.
times proficiency.
So, 22 on the
Charlotte?
blacksmith,
Okay.
on the blacksmithing, on the performance.
Can't you roll a minimum of 9? So your minimum should be.
Just so you know,
You're right.
you're
You're right. It is 25 because I can't roll less than.
I don't remember. Is it jack of all trades? Is what that's called? No, it's not.
No,
it's
it's
reliable
it's
talent.
Reliable talent does not apply to rune weaving.
Well, this is
He's not
blacksmith.
proficient.
I'm just letting you know.
So it does it apply to any part of it or none of the parts of it?
Just the rune weaving check itself.
Okay.
If he was proficient in
well,
removing, would it
I
apply?
mean,
Yes.
Okay. He's just not.
I'm not even proficient in
Yeah.
it, so it doesn't matter.
Okay, so your blacksmithing was 22.
So
Performance?
so 22. Performance was 30, and the Arcana check was only a 10.
It's rune weaving specifically,
It,
which you can't.
Arcana is the same thing.
It'd be the
It's a
same
plus.
as long as
You rolled
as
a
long as
4.
No, that wasn't that. I was just dropping the dice. I had already rolled for it.
Fair enough.
Okay, so 22, 30,
It was
10, right?
only a 10. Yeah, 10 on the actual Arcana check,
Okay, so Gurgle is
which
spending.
for me is the same as rune weaving. Just
Are
for
you
anybody
still
involved.
planning on resting? Or are you planning on spending the whole night working on this?
I think it would just depend on how well he thought the work was going.
Investigation.
So if you felt like you needed all night, would you stay up for it?
Probably.
No, so you would not.
Yes.
You are not confident you can finish this night. In fact, you're not confident that you'd be able to finish it even working on it all night. You'd be.
I think because this would be the first time that he'd get to play around in the forge, he'd get pretty into it. So he'd probably just go through the night if he felt like he was.
Okay. If you're spending the whole night doing this, you will be exhausted in the morning. Just due to the fact you will be spending the whole night blacksmithing.
Isn't it a Constitution check?
Not in this case. This would be focused work, dealing with like. You'd be working around a very hot forge, dealing with the multiple temperatures.
We'll say, if I get over a 10, he works through the night. If I get under a 10, he'll sleep at some point.
If you roll a 10.
He works through the night.
Works through the night. Okay.
He rolls a 10. He's still undecided.
Nope.
He's undecided up to the point where.
No, it's not a
daylight
decisive.
comes.
It's like does he get so into it that he loses?
Oh, no, I was saying if
Sense
you
of
rolled a
time.
10, you hadn't decided. Because it was
You were still
above
on
or
the
below.
fence.
Well, but it's not. I was rolling it because I didn't want it to be a decision. It was like
No.
he's
No,
either.
no, no,
What you
you're
said was over 10, he stays up. Under 10, he goes to sleep.
But if you
which
Doesn't
roll a
matter.
10.
Doesn't matter. Moving on. So
Yeah.
Gurgle is
He's working
is
through
throughout the night. He is working on this. That means you will not be getting a long rest going into the next day. Tiku already got her ingredients. We did actually talk about that. She effectively has collected multiple different ingredients, including but not limited to angel remains. So we're gonna have to see how this. She's gonna have to see how cooking and utilizing these is actually going to play out. But Tiku has collected multiple angel remains before going to rest for the evening, and then Razu, I'm gonna have you go ahead and make an investigation check. Before you make this check, I'm actually gonna let you decide. You can have one check that applies to the whole week, or you can re-roll every day.
I would do it one check. Should be fine.
I'm so sorry.
I will be using my final charge of Kenku Recall.
You would not be able to use Kangaroo for this. This isn't one roll. This is You're spending
I
this
could
is all
fair.
the research.
Can I
that you're doing.
spend a Kenku recall every day?
It's still only
You,
one check.
so the problem is you're not. This isn't a 6-second thing. This is like every time you go here, you're spending the rest of your evening researching and going into it. Same thing with like guidance. If someone was to cast guidance on you for something you were doing for hours,
I'm aware.
you
I just
can't actually
pretty sure
utilize
Kenku
it
recall.
unless you
I would argue
Operates
if I
a
was
little bit
constantly
different.
casting
unless you
guidance
can constantly reapply.
like, but I could cast guidance on myself for a one-time check. I couldn't cast guidance myself for a constant research session.
The answer is you'll not be able to use Kenku You will not be able to use Kenku recall on this no matter what. This
I'm
is just going to be an
concentrating on
investigation
researching.
check.
So, question.
Effectively.
But
you-
it's my thing is from my understanding, Kenku recall works a bit differently. For instance, if you're working on a performance, you could do it on the entire performance and one performance check because you've performed before. So the concept is I could use my knowledge of investigating and looking and pinpointing exactly what I'm looking for to search better.
I get the idea behind it. In this case, the answer is no.
It was a 13.
13? Okay. You are effectively, I think I mentioned it, but just in case I didn't, he is switching from looking at, upon going through a couple books, Razu realizes there's not as much dedicated to gods here, and instead there's a lot dedicated to both dragons and the different races around. You are able to find different research on anatomy, especially something that you're able to notice very early on as you're looking through this library, is many of the books seem to be dedicated to the different aspects of dragons. Why dragons effectively are the supreme race. What makes up the anatomy of a dragon that makes them so much stronger. Why do dragons have such a strong connection to magic? These different aspects of dragon are largely what a good portion of this library is actually dedicated to. That is to say, it's much easier to research than the history of gods, for what it's worth. With that being the case, you've started on the research, and again, that is kind of the idea of what you start to gather in this first night. As we go, you did a 13. Go ahead.
I just realized something that'd be really bad. Something really bad for me to do in this town would be to start like spreading
Preaching.
the word.
Probably get hunted down for that.
Taking a book
no
out
one's
of
heard of
Rishaw's playbook.
Riveron. So, no one's heard of Riveron.
I don't think Riveron even has
Well, it's 'cause
existed
it's a
yet.
god, though.
Exactly.
It's because it's a god, though.
Yeah,
Who
we do
knows?
it against the gods.
You do you. What's up?
Two things.
Elbow or the shoulder?
So first off, are we going to be qualifying for sake of mechanics? Are we going to be qualifying a rune weaving check as an ability check?
Yes.
Then the second question is, can I use features on it, like second wind,
Or tactical mind.
tactical mind specifically?
Same ruling as guidance. So, for example, I've said that you can spend a minute on a rune weaving cast. At the point that you're spending a minute on it, you'd be able to use it on one roll, but if you recall, you'd have to make multiple different rolls throughout the minute.
Well, this would be all throughout the night, so would I need to then make concentration checks for throughout the night then?
In this case, no, because you're actually forging. I'm specifically talking about spell casting.
Well, I did say there was a performance piece to it.
So for that, no, because you wouldn't be able to constantly apply it. It would have to be something that you'd be able to constantly reapply because you're doing it over many, many hours. Whereas in this case, you'd have to be something you're doing in 6 seconds to actually be able to use something like second wind on it. Is your baseline. So even though it is an ability check, because you're doing it over hours,
If
the
you
answer
had
would be
5
no.
second wins, you could do 30 seconds worth of a check.
Yeah, that. But in the case where you're spending a whole night and you're really working on a piece, you would not be able to use second wing.
Well, then just to
second wing.
apply, but then to apply the actual rune itself, that would only take a little bit of time.
No. So actually inscribing the rune, yes. Imbuing the rune with the magic that is rune weaving, that is what the whole, like, the performance and how long you spend on it can make it more impactful, stronger. That is to say that the only thing that would be specifically would be like an instant would be like the blacksmithing check to actually carve the rune into it. But the actual imbuing of magic
that
would be
still
over a
wouldn't
long
be
time.
that short. But it would be, in my mind, it's the same principle of like, can you use guidance on a stealth check? A lot of DMs say yes, some DMs say no.
I would say yes.
Because you're stealthing at the moment that the guidance is cast, but even if you stay stealth for a long period of time and the guidance falls off, you still
Yeah, but
initially used it for the stealth check.
Stealth kind of more rolled its way just because it
It's
would
simple.
get really cumbersome if you did it the other way.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's why I was trying to clarify.
In-
That's why I was trying
In the case
That's
of
what I was trying
stealth,
to
I would say
clarify.
yes. However, with rune weaving, the answer would be no. The simple answer is if you're doing something that's going to be a long time. If you decided to do a 6-second rune weaving cast, I would say yes. If you're like, I want to try and do a rune weaving, or I want to cast a spell using rune weaving, and I want to try and do it instantly, then yes, absolutely you could.
Okay. Well, then the second part of the question is, can I use Rune Knight to augment the runes?
Yes.
So can I use my charges of Rune Knight on the craft itself and just, instead of dealing damage, have it augment the session?
Yes. That I would say yes on.
All right. Then I'm going to do that because I still have runes. I'm going to use both runes. And I'm going to actually do both of them because I only have access to Cloud and Fire right now. I'm going to do both of them on Fire because that seems more in line with what I'm trying to do.
Okay. I'm gonna say for the sake of that, add a D8 to your rune weaving. So it would be 2 D4s actually. A D4 per, and 2 D4s technically will actually statistically get you higher.
While he's rolling that, what other part of the beholder did I get besides the eye?
So for one, eyes, you got multiple.
Yes, 3.
Yes. So you
Yeah.
got multiple beholder eyes. And then apart from that, it would just be its hide. So you got its eye, hides, and then I would also say you got some of its teeth. Its tentacles are its eyes. Its tentacles all come down
Oh, you
to
mean
an
the eye
eye.
and the... Okay.
It's like you ever seen like your grotesque video game thing where it pulls out the eye, but it's got the whole
Tendril.
the whole I can't remember what it's called. Effectively, the visceral
Stalk?
part behind your eye.
17.
Oh, that. Oh, yeah.
You got like the eye with a decent portion
All
of
its
the tentacle.
cables and wires.
Yeah. Not fully, not the whole tentacle,
I
but
just
like a
realized
good
something
portion.
with the beholder eyes, though. What does each one do?
What'd you get on?
We'll have to see when I cook it.
I did make note of that.
I buffed it to a 17.
Buffed it to a 17, so you got
Yeah,
7.
so I rolled a 7.
That's the.
Yeah.
It's like you cannot disintegrate.
All right, and then Kane.
I have a question on the rune weaving specifically. So you're saying that we have to make a concentration check every minute?
If
When
we're doing
you're-
a long cast.
Yeah, if you do, but he's crafting over the course of several hours. So if he doesn't have a +9 to his concentration checks, he just fails guaranteed. So how are you doing that?
Because I'm not casting the whole time. He's saying that a large portion of it's not cast.
A large portion of it is actually like building the piece of equipment and then, or in this case, carving the runes into it and then casting the spell onto it.
And he's also saying that I'm not... the casting is just the arcana portion of it. And
That
then...
still would mean you have to roll a concentration check for 10 minutes. Even if you
I
were
don't know.
doing like
Depends on how long he
on
wants
how
to
long I
spend
want to
on
spend
the
on the rune
the
part.
imbuing. He's going to have to, yes. He has to spend a good amount of time before he's even going to get to that point.
Gotcha.
Okay, with that, only other thing is, what were you
Probably
looking to
simplify
read
it.
in the library?
Originally wasn't going to research in the libraries. What I wanted to research is on the top floors. But
They're not closed off.
I'm not that much of an idiot.
Everything's open.
I would pick up the book that Mr. Pinkhair dropped, the War of the Dragon King and the Rise and the Rise of the Dragon King, and I would read that.
Okay. So, I assume you're willing to basically devote the night to this book.
I'm curious more than anything.
Okay. The book, it seems to almost be from the perspective of a bard. This is it seems to almost, you can, even as you start to read it early on, you can tell that there is both historical accuracies with the flair of a bard really trying to tell a story. It tells of a small dragon who, fascinated with humans, did not think that dragons were truly superior to humans. He thinks that basically they had started off on a better foot. And because of that, he was effectively shunned, cast out by dragon society. His family disowned him, and in fact, he was removed from effectively dragonkind. In particular, around Lone Peak, which you would be able to tell in this book as well. Lone Peak is very much so considered. It would be like the castle of the dragon. Would be Lone Peak itself, for Altira at least. While he was cast out, he went on many adventures, and as he explored beneath Altira through tunnels unknown to most, dangerous, most died, he acquired a power. Some say it's a power over time. Some say it is the power of fate itself, that he can decide what happens. Rumors surround what the Dragon King's power actually is. However, using that power, he came back not to change the past, but simply to try and change the future. He challenged the current tyrant of a Dragon King, killed the Dragon King in combat, and then effectively passed laws or made strong recommendations to Dragonkind that if they didn't start to treat the humanoid races underneath them with more respect and at least treat them more of like living beings, that they would rise up and kill all of them. So he has started to establish more of a kinship between all of the different humanoid, or it would be better to say sentient races, and Dragonkind. And from there, he has earned the respect of many, many nations from across Altira, but also across the world. The Dragon King is known. Allegiances with the current Dragon King is where almost all sentient races other than dragons lie. However, the only caveat, the Dragon King is hated by Dragonkind. And that is the story of this bard.
Sounds
what
like
I
a spell
currently
guy.
know of Orlaveil's current, what's the word? Morals. It's not quite the word I'm looking for, but it'll work. Would he match, or at least agree with, the current Dragon King?
Orlaveil would treat sentient races much how we treat animals in real life, where humans in general believe that humans are effectively top of the food chain, effectively superior to animals, but you also still very much so have people that, like, for example, a dog person who loves dogs, and they're like
And you wouldn't treat them with any cruelty or anything?
Yeah, they're like, okay, these are my pets. I am superior to them. However, they're sentient things. I love having them around. They have benefits. That is very much so. He would very much so treat humans like pets, or pets would even be the wrong word, like very loyal subjects or servants, but he would still consider himself and dragons to be the kings of the world.
All right.
So-
I have to point something out about that. Does that mean like silver dragons, which are known to typically praise humans and want to kind of like be humans all the time, are they effectively just furries? Just saying.
I think they'd be called fleshies.
Fleshies. That's so much worse.
Ignoring that,
Okay.
that is what you'd be able to gather. And again, that would be this perspective. Is this seems more to be a story told from the perspective of a sentient humanoid, not written by
Does
dragons.
he ever mention his name?
He does not. Throughout the entire book, he is simply known as the Wandering Dragon, the Dragon King, or the Outcast. Worth noting, he starts as the Outcast at the beginning of the book. Then the story, he becomes the Wanderer. It's not even the Wandering Dragon, it's the Wanderer. So he's the Outcast, the Wanderer, and then the Dragon King. Okay. And he's referred to instead by titles.
What color is he, or does he have one?
In the book, as there are depictions of him, he appears to be almost like a deep silver. Very similar to the color you'd see on a blade, a freshly made, very clean blade. Seems to be the color of his scales. Okay, so with that, only other thing I need to figure out, which pool is everybody actually utilizing?
We'll use wisdom.
Okay.
Dex.
Dex.
I'm going to have you guys just make a note of this.
What type of pool is this? Is it like a wading pool?
I
Is
believe
it a
you
swimming
actually
pool?
picked your hot spring last session, if I'm not mistaken.
He didn't. He should have, but I don't think he ever actually mentioned it.
So it gives you +2 to
Okay.
the checks and advantage on them?
No, it just
no,
gives you advantage on all checks utilizing that stat.
And there was
On deck stuff. all checks, including
All
an-
as the new
including-
term is D20 test, which includes ability checks, saving
Saving
throws, attack rolls.
and anything like that.
Damn. Okay.
And the options were Dex, Wisdom, or Constitution.
I thought it was
Wait,
all.
can I?
Oh, and there was one
strength.
more.
Wait,
Or
could I-
strength. There's
could I take,
4. Yes.
Could I take my bath first and then work on my thing through the night?
No, because when you talked to
You
Zephyr,
didn't know about the bath.
yeah, Zephyr didn't. If Zephyr
Well,
actually
but they
would've
did
told you
tell
about-
us in the thing before I started working.
He didn't tell you it had effects.
It
You
took
know,
him like a.
I'll go ahead and go Dex.
Oh no, I for sure.
He did tell.
I was
He
telling him
told us.
in my
He told
head,
us
yeah.
we should all
It
rest.
still
in
would
the
have
thing.
taken him several minutes to get there, and by then Gurgle probably would have been in process.
I mean, I wouldn't have been that. I wouldn't.
I
have
was
been that far.
I was soaking in the bath while telling you guys.
So you're saying effectively you want to take like an hour break at one point to go soak in one of the baths?
Well, I'm saying that I would have done that before I started, actually, and it also would make sense because Gurgle has to stay submerged for an hour anyway.
I'd say you'd be able to bathe in the bath, but you would not be able to apply it to what you guys were currently doing.
Yeah.
Jasmine is so cursed.
It's one of the worst ones for sure.
That's one of the worst.
I actually,
ones.
I think I was remembering that I
'Kay.
wanted to do it anyway.
Dex. I believe you did con. If I'm remembering
I don't
correctly.
think I ever fully decided.
Well, you guys need to decide.
Right.
What are we doing? I know I got Dex, Wisdom, and again, you guys are making note of this, not me.
Because what you said a moment ago, and what I thought it
So
was,
the-
isn't the same thing. Is that all checks that use that stat
All D20
Yes.
tests, yes.
that use the stat, not just saving throws?
Include
Everything.
yes.
Okay.
So
But you
including
can only
just so you know how severe this goes, including like if you have a spell casting modifier, including those, so it'd give you advantage on to hit.
Yep.
Yeah, I didn't like.
The only problem is there isn't an intelligent one, so him as a wizard couldn't actually benefit from
That's
that.
true.
Is what it is.
That's
But like,
Dex
so you
only.
pick Dex. If you pick Strength, it would give you advantage on attacks.
Yes.
So
I'm still gonna
it's-
go with Dex.
That's
based
fair.
on our
I'm just
obstacle course
letting you
that's
know
happening.
the degree of what these pools do, or these baths, I should say.
But there's only strength, Dex, con, and charisma.
Wisdom.
And not charisma, wisdom.
Wisdom.
Wisdom, Constitution, Dexterity, and Strength.
Ooh.
I got Dex, Wisdom, Gurgle,
Yeah.
The options were everything except intelligence, basically.
And
and
charisma.
charisma.
Tiku can't be more charismatic after taking a bath.
The 3 physical
negative
and
one.
wisdom.
I'm gonna go with wisdom.
Wisdom. Okay. Again, make note of it. Make note of it yourself. And when you're rolling wisdom checks, I'll try and remind you guys.
And it's a +2.
No, it
No.
is advantage.
Oh, just advantage. Okay.
Advantage on D20 tests utilizing that stat.
And I still need to know what both Clay and Zephyr are picking.
He said Dex.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
And
Apologies.
what do we know about the next challenge again?
It's an obstacle.
Obstacle,
obstacle
course.
course.
That's all we got.
That's all we know.
Think like ninja.
Well, I
could
wouldn't
be
necessarily say
something
ninja. I would say American Ninja Warrior.
That.
I need to look at a spell.
Okay. Think about it. With that, unless someone wants to venture into a wing late at night that you are not supposed to enter, we would get to go into a long rest, and you guys would successfully achieve your long rest this time.
How many con saves do you want me to roll?
You are unable, despite spending the whole night, to hit the point where you're actually ready to imbue rune magic on it. Spending
Then what was the point of the roll?
To see how if you could get to the point where you
to determine how long it was going to take you to complete this craft. With the help of your new forge mate, as well as your own kind of knowledge of your progress, you would surmise you have somewhere between 12 to 16 hours of work left after spending 10 hours throughout from the evening all the way till morning working on this.
So, the way that tactile mind works is if you fail a check, but if you have multiple degrees, does it still count as a fail if you
Times already
succeeded
said
partially?
this, it counts as a success.
It counts as a success.
As long as you meet one of them. If you
Yeah.
meet none of them, so let's say I have a scaling, if we have a scaling check of 15, 20, and 25 as an example,
And I hit
and you rolled a
15.
12, you failed even the base one. And
Yeah,
then,
yeah.
yes, you could. However, if you rolled a 17, no, you succeeded on it, but you just didn't do as well as you could have.
Fair enough.
So basically, if I tell you a positive effect happens, No, you cannot. You cannot second wind it. However,
Not
if
tactical.
I'm like, you broke your weapon, you're like, wait.
Does anybody see the tissue?
I imagine it's over there.
The
That's
tissue box was empty, so I threw it away.
Oh, and the new tissue.
correct. Okay, so as you guys wake the next morning, you're collected from your rooms by a now single Batal, as hands still clasped together. Excuse me. Hands still clasped together, comes and he says, "Well, I have prepared breakfast for all of you, and the conquest is not terribly soon. You have roughly 2 to 3 hours if there's anything you'd like to prepare, or
I thought it was not until evening.
there has been a slight change. It seems the challenger is requested an alteration to our typical steps of conquest.
So it's not going to be 7 days.
2 of them will be happening today. One shall be this afternoon, when the sun is highest in the sky, and then the third would be this evening. It seems that the final day, rather than having a conquest into the celebration, will be solely dedicated to the celebration, as he does not wish for it to impact the ongoings."
Okay, Clay Bigman here. I'm a little confused here. You said that the first one will be held in the evening when the sun is highest in the sky, but isn't the sun highest in the sky at noon?
Yes, there will be 2 today. One when the sun is highest, and then another in the evening.
Oh, I thought you were saying the one in the evening was when the sun was highest in the sky. Apologies, I misunderstood.
There will be 2 trials of conquest today. Also, unfortunately, I am not currently privy to what the third conquest will be, as the event was changed. Before, it was, you could call it a history challenge, almost a test of knowledge.
Oh, we would be so bad at that.
However, it was determined that that is not proper to determine the guests of the final celebration. I will do my best to perform research. We, with Orlavel's blessing, we have sent out multiple scouts and are trying to determine the parameters of the third conquest, the second today. But I simply wished to inform you of this new change. We were only informed this morning. Apart from that, technically he would again gesture like this, as he notably keeps his hands together pretty much at all times. He would, gesturing for you guys to exit from your rooms back to that first center room you were in, where it just had the one staircase and the door in the back. The door in the back of the room, as he brings you into it, is gone. There is no door on the back of the room at all. There is still the staircase that goes up to the door that would lead to the upper floors, and the bottom floor is all arches. But again, the doorway at the back of the room seems to be completely gone. There is now 2 large tables that have been set out with a breakfast, mainly of meats. There is hardly any of what you would typically, like eggs or breads. It is almost entirely carnivorous spread on the table, with multiple different sources of meat, some of which you recognize as what appears to be effectively like turkeys and chickens, but many meats that you are unfamiliar with. You would recognize a couple Tiku as notably humanoid sources. But apart from Tiku, a lot of you would simply know, I don't know what a lot of this meat is.
Could I, with my knowledge of draconic culture, would I by chance be able to come up with an idea why the celebration would be, he would want it to be all day?
Make a history check. That's what I'm going to say for this.
Can I guidance this or no? As I'm like actively trying to figure it out.
I'm gonna say y'all eating,
14.
and I'm still working in the shop.
15.
And you guys just don't even see me.
Okay.
So is it only chicken and turkey? Do they not have any other game fowl?
Oh no, there's
have
there's
all-
over a dozen different types of meat on the table.
Is there a kinku-sized one?
There is many larger humanoid bird style meals. To the point that one of the almost like main prepared dishes on the table that like very clearly, you know how when you have almost like a royal feast and you have the pig that has like the apple and it's kind of like your centerpiece of the food. The centerpiece of the table on the right appears to be the torso of a humanoid that you're not quite sure, definitely quite muscular, where it has been deboned. You can see where the ribs were removed from the meat, and instead it is almost like kind of split. The innards have been gouged out, and it quite literally almost just looks like someone has gored out a human torso. The meat or the muscle and the meat is actually still thick enough that you get the impression maybe not human, maybe giant or Goliath in origin, but it is effectively almost like a flayed human torso on the table.
Okay, so this sounds horrific, but I guess if you were like a turkey man or a chicken man that came around and saw like chicken or turkey on the table,
Like Razu seeing like a dead crow.
Yeah.
So, gosh, it's pretty taboo back in our time, but aren't you just a little curious?
I've actually gotten over the exotic meats after being around Tiku long enough. It's all just flesh for the body.
What he means by getting over is he means he
All
just
right, I'm gonna try some of that.
Small victories.
As you
I turned
point
my whole
over to
party
it-
into carnivores.
As you point over to it, Batal kind of gesturing his hand forward, and the chair seems to slide out for you. And as soon as you walk over and you sit down, the cutlery on the table immediately, almost Disney-like, seems to come alive. Almost, it starts to cut off portions of the meat, and cut easily, and it cuts it down to almost think like a parent cutting food for their child into very, very reasonable, like bite-sized portions. As it starts to cut some of the torso, as you're to sate your curiosity, Batal, who notably is now standing next to you, but is again split off from the Batal that is standing with all of you, as it seemed it followed Clay to the table. And he says, "Would you like to try more of it? I can give you quite the assortment." Is this cutlery and the silverware across the table almost like starts to move, cut small portions off of dozens of different meats.
You know,
and
I
almost
would
starts
I would love a sample platter.
He nods, and the dishes on the table along with the cutlery almost looking like a restaurant where the plates all sitting around the table start to spin around in a circle, but rather than just moving the plates around, they seem to almost be collecting portions of meat as you start to have tray after tray of smaller, think very high-end restaurants, like extremely small portions on each plate presented to you with different garnishes, of some of which that appears to be
What am I eating right now?
as you ask, partaking from this torso on the table, much to what it seemed like, he says, "I believe today's dining is of Goliath variety.
It's got a little earthiness to it.
I've also heard it's quite tough, as it would be fairly difficult to chew. Think like a very dried, in texture, it's like an overcooked steak. However, it's a very sweet flavor. It is like, think like a steak that you covered in a very, very sweet barbecue sauce, is the kind of feeling or kind of flavor that you get. Not the best meat you've ever had.
I don't think.
But
Okay, so like a ruined steak.
Sure.
By the way, if you don't want to know how hot dogs and chicken nuggets are made in our world,
We don't want to know.
What other exotic meats have I consumed?
As he
So, who is the chef?
for today's dinner, that would be myself. And in terms of the meats of the exotic variety, he points over towards what is, it almost just more looks like a larger slab of meat, and he says, for exotic, the rock meat is of the highest quality, not typically served for, only served for special guests.
So out of character. So what meats that are not normally consumed did I consume?
You just tried human halfling Goliath,
Are there any that I particularly liked?
Aarakocra, and then I have one more.
Rock as well.
Rock would be something that people would just eat, though. He's talking stuff you wouldn't normally eat.
I mean, you wouldn't normally eat a rock.
You wouldn't get to, but you would.
I guess that's fair.
I'm still putting in rock.
That's fair. And then
Did you say Aarakocra?
Aarakocra, giant, Goliath, apologies. Halfling, which I believe you might have tried already. And then the one other is, again, the slimes that...
I'd pass on the slimes. They give me indigestion.
More for Tiku, as he has prepared more of that slime-like ice cream or that gelatin, almost jello, that you had from the previous night. Although he does point out that this, unlike the mediocre dish you were served at the Dragon Festival, has been enhanced with the marrow of a few different creatures. This is more of a culmination of monsters all put together to make a little bit more of almost a hearty dish, rather than almost more like a pudding, which is a snack, which is what you've been eating before. This is almost more of just meant to be like a dessert, like a small but filling portion of your meal.
So Kayla pointed out something. I gotta make one more observation here. As she hears that they cooked rock, she gets really excited for a moment.
Before getting immediately disappointed.
You realize it's a bird.
It is, in fact, a bird.
Been trying to figure out how to cook rocks.
In your world, is cannibalism even frowned upon?
Depends entirely where you are. If you're in a kobold tribe, not at all. If you were eating dwarves in Zaprakar, you'd probably go to jail.
Right.
Yeah, but I'm imagining...
And that kind of matters, like the rank of the person.
Mm-hmm. But I'm imagining it's more racial-based. Bird races would probably be okay with it, because birds... would it be based off of... Effectively, could I base off of what races would be okay with? Dependent on what races do in our life. Like a lioness... would still just eat readily acquired meat.
Your answer is you would be more so based on survival. If it was the only thing you had to eat, yeah, you would not be. I would not say that many of the races. I'd say many of the races would not be above it. However, would you choose that if given options? Probably not.
Might I interject a little bit? So this has actually been a topic of discussion from Dark Sun campaign setting. And one of the taboos why people don't like it is because they made cannibalism based off of race and not culture. It would be more of a cultural thing based on what region you lived in, not based on what race you are.
That would be I would say that's accurate. It would be most dependent on place. Using Zaprakar for an example, it would not only be alien, it would be actively frowned upon and discouraged. But again, it would... Zephyr is also true. It's like, if you ate a peasant, for example, in some kingdoms, they'd be like, that's fucking weird. If you ate a noble, they'd be like, okay, this man now needs to die. So it is very accurate to say the most prevalent one would be, where are you from? And that said, with where you're from, based on thinking about that, yeah, you grew up around Zaprakar. It would be very weird for you to eat other avian races.
And also...
but not just that, because if it's a cultural thing, it would just be to eat humanoid sentient races.
Yeah.
Peasants tend to eat other peasants because that's all that's there. Cannibalism is quite common in the lower classes.
So, with the stuff Goliath meat, was it Goliath? Goliath meat. If you use this little hammer thing, it can help make the meat softer. And then you add like acidic stuff.
All I know.
Some stomach acids work pretty good, or those round things that grow on little trees that are yellow. Those things are pretty good sometimes too.
Tiku.
What?
I'm just saying, whenever we return home, if we ever slaughter an Aarakocra that's trying to kill us, murder us, and we had to cook it up, I wouldn't be mad.
Okay, that's good to know. Although I'm pretty sure I would have fed you. Oh, never mind.
He actually does have a response for you real quick.
Razu knows of an Aarakocra he wouldn't mind being cooked.
in response to your recommendations, as you start to give him more recommendations on how he might make the meat more tender, he seems
Can you
very interested and
preemptively-
focused on the information. And his response is, I will keep that in mind for more of the small folk that come. I typically cook for a tougher variety. Dragons prefer their food. It almost needs to be a task to be enjoyed. If it simply
Oh, that's true.
gives up or melts in your mouth, as you said, that would be away from the style of dining they prefer.
So I had this dragon one time that I was cooking for, and see, the trick is I did the gooiness that melts in your mouth. That's super good, but then you encase it in very hard things. So then they have to work to break, and the case has like spices and stuff. But then when they break into it, then they get the suit, especially do hot different temperatures. That can also be good. But then they work for it, but then they still get the glory of like having the deliciousness melt in your mouth.
As he like nods up and down, while Tika doesn't know this, and he just seems very attentive for both Gurgle and for Kane. You guys would notice that at one point he seems to have split off again, and there is an individual in the corner whose hands are not clasped together, who does seem to be writing in a notepad. And in fact, as you look at him and you're like, oh, he's taking notes on what Tiku's saying to him, you realize they're very faint, to the point that, again, you two are the only two that notice. There are multiple batals throughout batal, wow, you're doing great, throughout the room, each of which seems to be wholly focused on one of you and writing in these notepads. In addition to that, they almost appear ghost-like, translucent. Even though their hands are separate, you can't actually see their hands. It instead almost looks like there's holes where their sleeves should be, and there's simply a pad with a almost floating quill that seems to be writing. It is notably different from whatever this separating power or magic that Batal seems to use for his physical body.
Two things. Because I chose wisdom, my technically passive perception is 25 now, just because you get to add 5 to your passive if you have advantage, just to inform you. Second thing, I got a 15 on the history check.
Okay. In terms of what you could think of that would cause a dragon festival, first of which, you're even more confident that dragon festivals don't exist anymore.
Yeah.
That said, in terms of a challenge to a dragon, why you could think of why they might want it to be an all-day event is either that they believe the fight will be long. It will not be over. This is not going to be a quick, like, few-minute fight where they go. You would either be this long, or that there's more to this competition. It is not simply a fight as it has been up till now. Everything you guys have heard about the conquest, it's effectively a challenge for the throne that would be initiated via simply combat. Your only other thing would be like if there was more that was added to the challenge. Lastly, this is especially between you and Gurgle with the bit of investigating you've been able to do, is that from what you've learned in this celebration, despite the fact that the challenger, or the usurper he's been called, gets to lay a few of the rules, or he gets to lay out like the groundwork for how the competition would go or how the challenge would go, changes after it's like locked in would have to be approved by both parties.
Okay. Which means that whatever change did occur was acceptable by both
was effectively approved by the Dragon King. That is all you're able to get on it. You don't know exactly which direction it would go, but those are the ideas that kind of come to your mind. Okay, so with that, at this point, you guys are early in the morning. You guys have about 4 hours. I assume that unless someone goes to collect him, Gurgle will continue to work.
I did pull out the hammer at some point, though. If that matters for the dwarf. It's in the room.
I feel so much better after that night. That was a long time coming.
And I also am humming in Primordial pretty much the whole time. The performance piece, I want to just continue the whole time.
Worth noting for you, he hums in Primordial with you. He doesn't seem to quite understand what you're doing, but as you hum, he seems to be able to pick up on your tune fairly early on in the evening, in going into the morning, and he seems to not necessarily match, but it is more so that he seems to echo what you're doing.
Like he's trying to copy me, or like
he does
Vocalizing with you?
or he's trying to harmonize with me.
He's almost harmonizing instantly after you, which would give you the impression that unless he knows the tune you're going for, which in this case you'd be making, so it would be unlikely, how quickly he can match what you're doing and go. It's a little bit it's odd. Someone that would be able to do that, it would be a master performer, yet this individual is slaving away in a forge with a smile on his face almost the entire time.
My man's got keen mind.
Or he's an unseen servant. I had moved all the food in from the necklace into my new storage box.
Okay. Where do you keep your storage box? Is it in your hat with your stone, or is it on your person?
Inside of the cauldron.
I was actually thinking that.
It's up to you.
Okay, so the cauldron is like clipped inside my
I thought
armor.
it was under your hat.
No, the orb's under my hat right now.
The soul stones, I believe you've been referring to it as. You can think about it.
I tuck it in to my chef robe underneath my bib.
Okay. Your necklace
In my
is now
steel.
notably less gory inside.
And
You
I
don't
return
have
it after it has
almost
nothing useful
a,
for me anymore.
You don't have as much of a unique smell on the items in gold that's pulled out of the bag or out of the necklace at this point.
Throw out all the old yucky stuff.
Isn't it airlocked?
It is airlocked, but that doesn't mean it isn't. Oh no,
The
it has
items
air in it.
inside would
No,
still
you,
get
you
covered.
can literally
It
go
has 10
inside,
days.
You can breathe for a certain amount.
Like 10 hours or 10 days
10
or
minutes of
something.
air
10
inside
minutes,
a bag
10
of
minutes,
holding.
that's what it is.
So, do we have a plan for our trial?
Technically, we could ask him
I'm
for
gonna
more
make us
concrete
lunch.
details on what the trial consists of.
It's an obstacle course. So, oh, by the way, I committed on Dex, just so you know.
An obstacle course could mean many things.
Oh, I know.
I'm gonna make lunch at some point before we go, so we can get a food buff before we go. But that's my only plan.
Okay. So that'll be a little bit later. But.
So, I don't know. Let's get some details then. Do you know anything?
I can tell you what the last Dragon Festival, the second conquest, dealt with. An obstacle course would be a loose way to describe it. Perhaps a little bit more of a human way. It is more of a feats of strength, perhaps valor. When we say obstacle course, or as they say there, is instead traversing through the volcanic depths of Lone Peak. It is, in a way, an obstacle course. However, I feel inclined to let you know that a failure or a slip might find yourself in a pool of lava, perhaps a vat of acid, or depending on which area or course you are given as an obstacle course, you might find yourself freezing as you attempt to cross a small bridge, perhaps being assaulted by creatures attempting to off-throw your balance. But yes, you loosely could call them obstacle courses. I simply call them more of again, trials of constitution, of dexterity. Obstacle course seems.
Are we allowed to
Yeah.
help each other?
That depends on if you get the same course, or
Wait, so we could be split up?
of course. In fact, you are guaranteed to. You will be required to select a partner to progress with you. Each group of 2 will advance, and only for your group, I believe you are set for 3. 2 of the 3 of you must pass. 2 of the 3 fail, and of course you would consider a loss at the conquest. But have no fear, as long as 2 of you pass, even the failing group would still be able to advance with the rest of your party.
Is it a competition?
Of course, everything is a competition.
Do you have any
So we're
fire?
racing against people?
And yourselves.
Do you have any fire-resistant rope? Or other thing to tie together to people?
Oh, you are not allowed equipment in this race.
Oh dear.
Then how are you bound to the other person?
To what extent is that? I'm a spellcaster.
I'd assume
Spells would be
yeah.
allowed. Spell casting focuses, yes. However, belts that would alter your strength, providing for a you that isn't you, or perhaps a rope that is resistant to fire that would not burn naturally, would
Armor?
be considered against the rules. For armor, as long as it does not alter your state of self, your strength, your dexterity.
So
What
no,
about
like
potions?
boots of speed or flying or anything
Correct.
like that. Unless you.
And that is
but
one
you-
thing to note with the spells as well. Spells that would alter your strength, give you extra dexterity, or to cause you to fly through something that you are instead supposed to balance across. While those specifically spells are not allowed, I simply wish to tell you they come with their own sets of risks. You simply must evaluate whether or not you think the risks, for example, of fly, the risks of the air outweigh the risks of traversing on foot.
What about potions?
Potions depends on what they would do. Again, if they alter your strength or dexterity. Again, this is all to be said. This would have to be proven as well.
Does the bath count?
No. The bath or the springs of Lone Peak are well known for their enhancing properties. All contenders would have them, but in order to keep the competition fair, items are largely forbode.
Prohibited.
If you break these rules, it would not be as detrimental as some of the others, but if you had, for example, a belt that alters your strength, one of the, we'll say, viewers, the audience members, dragons, might wish to test your belt, test its merit, make your course harder, more of a struggle.
Does a
So not that they're
necklace
prohibited. Just
of
that they
Constitution?
alter the course based on if you are using enhancements.
That is correct. It would be more accurate to say that it would largely alter your competition, depending on what you decide to use. The only rule that is non-negotiable is you may not help other teams. Perhaps you were to encounter each other in your course. Let us say the two of you working together witnessed the two of them falling, perhaps to their death. Should you assist in them in their plight, that would be considered against the rules.
Don't cast Featherfall on your teammates.
Well, you can on your one teammate, just not like
Your partner.
you can cast it on your partner, just not your other teammates. Yeah, I guess that's the right way to say that.
Wait, so is it more like tag team or like you're magically bound? Like heels tied together or tag team?
You would be working together.
Are you limited to a single partner?
No, I
He
think
said
I
we'll have
sets of
three. No, we'll have 3 teams.
Oh, so it is 3 teams.
It's
too, okay.
2. Yeah,
In this case,
best of 3.
if it is to be of the competition that we believe, yes, you would be limited to 1.
As by all technicality, there are technically 7 members of our team.
Familiars would not be considered extras. However, there are certain dangers. Again, for example, let's say you had a mount. That would be considered a possession. You could utilize it, but it is something that the dragons might think fun.
So you're saying de-equip your attuned items, for mechanically speaking.
Your choice.
No, only the ones that
No,
alter.
He said
alter
if you have
your-
things
make
that
you
alter
better.
things like your Constitution amulet, like your Constitution amulet. That would be one thing that would alter.
So
he's
it's not
not
like-
saying you have to de-equip it or unattune it, but if you keep it equipped, then he's going to alter the difficulty. I'm assuming increasing the checks of the things that we need to pass for practical endgame sake.
But effectively, I'm assuming it's going to be worse because it would
I will take off
increase
my-
it for your bracket, so your teammate would also get the increase, and it would just level out your items, so it'd be worse.
Okay, so I'll take off my stuff.
But I feel like you could just keep your items. You just wouldn't do stat increase items, or stuff like that.
I think it completely.
Wait a minute.
depends.
Doesn't that mean that the bats count?
You already.
I asked about that, and he said the bats are fine
Or
because
Fury.
everybody has access.
I must
to
have missed that because I was
Yeah,
reading
I asked
something.
about that.
No, but-
Okay, so what are our teams gonna be, guys?
This also raises the
I'm still on a Smith.
point that this is.
You guys have a telepathic
I mean,
connection?
out of character, so we can just decide our teams quick.
Well, actually, no, the
Continue.
telepathic connection at this point.
If you have some
It's 8
other,
hours.
another
For
question, we can
obstacle
finish that
courses,
too.
we should split me and Nate up for sure.
This is, of course, under the presumption that this is the same as last year's, as that is the caveat that he added.
True, but let's assume we're gonna be in pairs of two. What are we? What are our
Well,
teams?
if we're
gonna be?
assuming we're in pairs of two, we should definitely pair.
I mean, us three are the three melee, so we should definitely split.
I also feel like it should just be do two teams that are
Who's
equally
the-
the best teams.
One at a time.
Yeah.
I'm the best at carrying somebody through.
I know who's the weakest at this kind of
Like,
stuff.
he's probably second best at carrying somebody through.
I have an 8 strength.
On what it is.
I'm thinking.
Also have an 8 strength.
Can you do Featherfall?
I have Featherfall and I can also carry.
I have Featherfall and I can also carry people.
Yeah, but I have Spider Climb.
Yeah. I mean, I'm gonna try to give everybody
I'm
Spider
perfect for
Climb with the food, but
I'm perfect
I have to
Spider-
roll really high for to get
perfect
that.
Spider
But okay, so
Gives you Spider Climb. It's just part of being a frog.
It's just
Grung.
let's do Clay and
Suction cups.
Gurgle. Let's do Clay and Gurgle. And then Kane and Zephyr. How are you guys feeling?
Depends on what depends on what's required.
So if you have Featherfall too, then
I mean,
maybe do
Ultimately, I
Razu.
need some kind of potential frontline if we encounter something.
I can frontline.
Yeah, we all three of
I
us
actually-
can
I
frontline.
thought it would
Tank
make most
use
sense
member.
to
And
put
I
us
need
two
and I
together.
need
I
something
actually
to
think
handle
Clay is
strength.
talk at a
worse.
time.
He's got
I need
Featherfall
something
and
to
he can
handle
also
strength
carry.
things.
Yeah.
What's your strength?
8.
The biggest problem is like, could you physically carry his body weight
Easy.
without the belt?
Yeah.
The
even without
dexterity.
I have an
he
8
also
strength,
has
but
dex.
I can just turn into a large creature.
With Malrith,
Giant
I'd
spikes,
have strength
literally
covered.
just-
Although I don't.
Doesn't that just give
No,
you
it's just
advantage
gonna
on
be
the
there
check,
on.
not actually increase it?
It gives me +5 because I'm a large class.
It is worth noting that as you kind of like start to think about it and you think about your connection to
she's
Malrith,
still gone.
it is currently not there.
I'm pretty sure that's
Also,
not
I
how that
probably won't
works.
take off my belt anyway. Whoever we team up.
I'm
with.
pretty sure
I
just
don't think
because
it's
you're
worth
larger,
it.
you don't just get +5 to everything strength related. It's
I
you can't be you get a +5 to specifically grapple because you're
Or
bigger than
picking
them.
some-
And that's
something
also
up.
a homebrew rule.
I
Or
am
picking something.
I know that's homebrew, but I'm saying like I don't think that applies to your carry capacity.
I am very magically not inclined. So like meaning if we get into anything magical related,
So if we team up
I will
those
get
two,
screwed.
we
You have a
should team up
legendary resistance.
You two and team us two.
that's kind of what I was
That's
thinking
right.
too. Because you two are kind of magical and kind of strengthy. Like you guys can kind of
Oh, I'm not
combine.
strength at all.
For what it's
Well,
worth,
I mean
by the
like
way,
kind of physical.
Just a quick note for everybody. This is straight from the Dungeon Master's Guide. Increasing your size category doubles your carrying capacity.
I didn't know there was a rule.
There you go.
Dope.
So that
they
means
would-
I could quadruple it.
By the way, the amulet of health gives me like
A lot of health.
a lot of health. Like my health almost got like cut down by like a third.
Again, you don't have to take it off. He said.
You don't.
I mean, you probably
It just
lost about
increases the
36 health.
difficulty. It just increases the difficulty of the
She
challenge.
lost 60.
I lost almost 60 health.
You have to weigh the
She
pros
went from
versus
a
the
19
cons.
to a
What I'm
10.
saying is, if it's a bad enough negative to lose it, then you probably should just take it and hope that
50 health.
whatever extra challenge they throw
4
at you
times
is not as
14.
bad as losing that item.
For no reason in particular. You guys need to make sure you know who has the potions as well.
I mean, I'm not taking off my arm, obviously. So
I
still
literally
have
have
mine
had 2 potions for like 10
you guys
combats
have a
and I've never
refillable
used
potion.
one.
You guys are on a new day.
No,
the
we have two
refillable
Oh, we have
potions.
2 refillable potions.
They would both be filled. You guys, it is important.
You have the greater's one, right? And he has the superior one?
Oh, he has the superior, he has the greater.
I have the superior.
have
He
the
has
greater.
the greater.
Yeah,
Oh.
for sure have the greater.
Greater superior.
As long as you guys don't want to change it, that's all I was saying. So, with that, do you guys know?
I mean, we could always leave the greater potion here.
I am
We don't
exhausted,
need to
though.
keep it.
So that does make me slightly worse.
It also gives you a -5 to all passive checks. Is it 2?
It's -2 per
It's per-
exhaustion.
2 per
That's what it
exhaustion.
Yeah. Apologies. You're right.
I will leave my healing items at the place. In our room.
He didn't say anything that he didn't say we couldn't bring healing potions.
To
didn't say that
directly
we-
clarify what he was saying, just to
He didn't
try
say
and
we
make it
have
as
to
clear as
take off
possible.
anything. He just said if
Basically-
you have stat altering stuff, basically,
Basically,
it's going to be hard.
skill or stat altering.
That would be extended to like this gives you advantage on athletics check. That would still be considered a stat altering piece of gear.
I would say saving throws probably fall in the same category.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just clarifying this now, I'm
it's not
assuming
natural
mutagens
ability.
don't count because it's effectively based on my race. This isn't a potion that works on people.
It's not a race, it's a class, but yes.
I mean, fair. It's
Depends
also
on if the-
he also technically said it has to be proven. I'm not sure anyone could like prove it's a potion.
I will tell you that I thought about that already. Whether or not it counts.
say blood hunters do not currently exist in this timeline.
It's also
My
Blood
concept
Hunters.
is it's more of a like racial thing.
Yeah, it's more of a racial thing. Probably.
It's more of a
What?
you
You mean
thing.
class?
This is yeah, it's a class, but that's based off of your own physical prowess. Like if a barbarian is raging and he gets advantage on strength saves,
Yeah, it's
does it
part
get
of
just
it.
harder because he's a barbarian?
Your
From my
answer
understanding,
is-
no.
Answer is
We don't
it
know.
depends on the judges.
Yeah, that's
Again,
not
I'll tell
something
you that
can-
I have made a decision on this already.
That's not something
Batal
you
is
can know.
unsure.
You have to make a call on whether or not you want to use the mutagen or not.
I mean, I can just drop it if
It's
a
up
problem.
to you. With that, so the biggest thing, just because I want to make sure we had, did you guys fully pick the teams? I didn't actually hear teams.
I think those two, us two.
So you're just going across the table?
No.
Us
Paul
two,
and
those
Paul
two,
and Clay.
those two.
I just need to write this down.
Gurgle Clay. Tiku Zephyr.
Razu.
Razu.
Kane.
Kane.
Why do you think Clay's worse than him?
What?
Just out of curiosity.
Kane.
Because
You said
Clay
Tiku
doesn't
Kane?
have.
No,
Literally, all he
Tiku's
has
out.
is healing.
By the way, so before we start this, I'm going to go ahead and use 5 points of my lay on hands to remove the exhaustion from Gurgle.
It's also to compensate for.
There's one other thing for you as well.
I think
It's
that
also
is
to
both that you
compensate for-
have sun magic
It's also to compensate
Both
for
of
Tiku's
these
lack
have some-
of magic.
Yeah.
level of utility, I guess.
It's
Razu-
just I think that is the
Yeah.
best combination
And then
to cover.
I have
everyone's
only
weaknesses.
magic, and she has only
I
physical.
mean, I effectively took every movement spell
I'm just
I
wondering
could
who would have
grab.
a harder time getting through solo. You or him?
It's not
I
about
mean-
getting through solo. It's,
No, it kind of is
Yeah, well-
because then
well, it's-
whoever is
No.
going to
I
have a
can
harder
shore
time
up her
solo.
weaknesses,
And
she
I can shore up his.
my weaknesses.
them as a
Me?
pairing is better than Tiku and Clay as a pairing.
Never mind.
Clay
They-
can't come up with my
they
magic.
definitely
stuff.
really nerfed lay on hands. I can only remove the poison condition, apparently.
Could you remove the exhaustion from?
Yeah, you used
It
to be able
effectively
to.
had the trait of Lesser Restoration before, is what Lay on Hands could do.
Can
It takes
Lesser
greater
Restoration get rid of
to
it?
remove exhaustion. It literally even
Yeah, level
says
14.
in greater restoration that it removes exhaustion.
At level 14, I would be able to.
Okay.
Lesser Restoration doesn't get rid of exhaustion.
It doesn't matter. Apparently, it doesn't work. So your exhaustion would not be able to get
Technically,
removed.
I could cast greater restoration on him.
Do you
I
want
just
to?
Don't know if I want to. That's a lot of
Well,
gold.
the thing is, you probably don't even know at this point because nobody's even checked on me, so I'm
Oh,
still working
shit.
in the forge.
I was gonna ask Batal for diamond dust and to see if he could grant it to me.
The answer is yes. We absolutely could procure it. We don't have it on hand.
I would appreciate that.
We will.
I will also
Assuming your conquest goes well, I can certainly procure some before the next conquest. With that said, and actually, as that interaction is happening, this is actually what happened. Batal comes to the door for you, between you and your new dwarf friend, who did stay up all night with you as well, forging. He had been working on a set of armor, as per the request that was made. As Batal actually comes up, he says, I believe your friends are coming up with a plan at this point, and they require your assistance.
What time is it?
He stops for a moment, and it like you kind of get the impression that he like looks up, almost like he's looking at a clock. Just early hours of the morning.
Oh,
2-3 hours.
well,
Tell highest sun. At this point, as you stand up, this is where girl was like, "Oh,
how long until the contest?
At this point, I'm going to say you guys talked for like an hour and a half. So you have about an hour before you need to leave.
I start on lunch.
Well, I guess I'll just go sleep in the water for a while. 1 hour's not going to do me much good, but
With that, you watch as he actually holds his hands out, and again, you see his hands.
They split.
Yeah, you guys have seen that a couple times, but for you, Gurgle, you watch as he holds his hands out. The runes on each of his hands seem to start to slightly glow. Those of you back in the manor, for you, Clay, specifically, as he says, "I have something for you." It is like one of Batal's, one of these clones or these
I
duplications.
feel like he has massive sleeves.
Bullets.
He already does. He has like the Chinese sleeve.
Yeah,
They hang down very
Okay.
He walks up
Like
to you,
picturing
Clay,
these
and as he
huge
splits
leaves.
his hands and he holds them open, you watch as the dwarf effectively sets the plate into Batal's hands. And almost not even almost, in the same moment, you would watch as the plate appears in Batal's hands in the manor. There is a set of full plate mail that he is holding. He says, "The request was able to be fulfilled rather quick. We had some extra materials on hand, you could say."
Don't you need a strength requirement of 15 to wear full plate?
Don't believe so.
Pretty sure it's just proficiency.
By the way, last night, just so you know, I recast my Find Familiar.
Okay.
I
Are you recasting your telepathic bond as well, or no?
No, I probably won't in this case.
Okay. He just gave you. So this is a combination of two different armor sets. He just gave you a set of full plate. The actual armor is called Breastplate of Balance. However, it is also resistant
actually say
to
that.
piercing damage. As you specifically said, you didn't want to be poked. And so he specifically worked to make it resistant to piercing damage. So you have it is the Breastplate of Balance, which is just an item in the game. And then added to that, it is it also has resistance to piercing damage.
So breastplate.
See, breastplate
Full
balance.
plate does actually require a strength of 15, though, so it would have to be half plate.
Well, he said
Half plate
breastplate.
is 13. Him with an 8 strength, I don't even think he can wear plate of any kind.
Hold on.
I mean, that makes
he
no sense
called
because-
it breastplate
Because
though.
full plate
Breastplate is medium
is held
armor.
up by its own structure.
But it's still D&D requires you to have a strength of 15 to wear it.
That's a stupid rule that does not correlate with history.
Breastplate though is a medium armor anyway. If it's just the breastplate, he's fine.
I mean, that's half plate. If you're.
Okay, so
if
no,
you're-
you can wear it. It just has a penalty to your movement. So in this case, if you wanted to wear full plate,
Okay, half plate.
It
is not
would-
a
Here's the
strength
thing,
requirement.
I can't even
thought
find
did.
it on when I'm searching for inventory.
it's just a
He
magic
said
item.
If you look up full plate,
Just look up. No, the armor he's looking for is called the Breastplate of Balance. It's a blue item.
no, I'm saying his version of what he was looking up that shows the 15 strength requirement.
Oh, so no, but to tell you with the plate mail, so it's just considered the plate for plate mail. It is considered a very heavy armor, requiring a strength of 15 to move normally. Any creature that does not have a strength of 15 would simply have their movement speed reduced by 10.
I actually can't find it either.
So if you want it to be plate mail, you can. You would just be moving slower, and the idea is that you're wearing very heavy armor.
Yeah, I don't see it.
Breastplate of Balance doesn't exist.
Pretty sure you pulled that out of your book.
I mean,
No.
I have it. I don't know why it's not showing up
This
for you.
happened in last campaign as
I
well.
will-
Hiram has magical items. He can just add it to your character sheet.
Yeah, I'm just gonna give it to you. And then the one thing that you'll have to make note of is you can either edit it or you can just make note that while wearing the armor, you would have resistant to piercing damage.
If you
Do
click on
you
that,
want-
can click
so-
customize and
Because
add
you
it.
would have known that. If you wear the plate, you're simply going to have less move speed, but you can wear the full plate. Do you want full plate, or do you want it to be, in this case, it would have to be like scale mail?
I can make it scale.
Half plate would actually still work.
You said half plate doesn't have a restriction.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
yeah,
looked it
half
up and
plate.
apparently it doesn't.
Apologies, and it could be half plate.
Okay, we'll go with half plate.
So it would be a half plate. And then
Half plate's a medium armor.
Yes, it's the
Yeah.
highest AC medium armor.
Okay.
edit, and let me just add this to your character
Also good
because for
stuff
some
too,
reason
yeah.
it's not pulling up for you.
That's
Is it a
all
plus?
medium armor.
Is it a
That's
plus
just
item
universal law.
as well?
It is a plus
It does
one
give you
armor that's just
disadvantage on
in the
stealth, though.
breastplate though. If I can actually give it to him.
Let's get
It's a plus one armor that gives you resistance to piercing damage, as well as the breastplate balance has some other features, and I'm hoping I can just add it to you. If not, I'll just have to have Trinity create the item. I can't just add it to your character. If I make a new character, I can add it, but I can't add it to yours.
Huh.
Are you not? Do you not have content sharing happening?
I thought I did. We'll figure this out on break.
Guaranteed.
To let you know real quick what this does. When you are a creature you can see within 60 feet is about to make a roll, or d20 roll, with advantage or disadvantage, you can expend one of 4 charges of this breastplate and use a reaction. You can take a reaction to prevent the roll, effectively neutralizing it. So you have up to 4 times that you can see any creature, or any creature you can see within 60 feet, that you can take away advantage or disadvantage, or you can expend 2 charges to cast Lesser Restoration, utilizing the armor.
Okay.
4 charges, resetting at dawn.
Cool.
And then past that, it's just, if for now, until we go to, just in case it's necessary, I would just equip yourself with half plate so you actually have the proper armor class. You technically need to be half plate plus 1 to match this armor. And then, yeah, well, I'll just have to create it because it's not letting me add it for you either.
If
D&D Beyond.
if you
It's
turn-
great and terrible. It's depending on where you're at.
If you turn off content sharing and turning it back on, Trinity says sometimes that fixes it because it might be a new item.
We will do it on break.
But we can do that on break, yeah.
It could be, but we will worry about that later. But yes, that armor is given to you. With that, this is where I'm going to say you guys actually get back together and you guys kind of discuss the groups that you want to, the groups that you actually want to go with, and then Tiku is going to prepare what? Tiku,
What? Sorry.
what are
I
you
got
cooking?
distracted. Oh,
Jesse, what are we cooking?
Fire salamander, my last meal.
Okay, go ahead and make a survival check.
I lost
Why does my AC go down?
my last melon.
You might be losing your dexterity modifier.
No, Dex should still remain, but
Full plate gives you an AC of 19. Half plate gives you an AC of 17 at highest. Or 18 is half plate, or full plate, not 19.
Oh, I went from chainmail, which brought my AC up to 17.
Chainmail
What's
is
your total?
the heavy armor. It doesn't do your.
Oh wait,
dex
I haven't.
at all.
I don't think I
21.
equipped it. Did I equip it?
21.
Maybe.
Or you might not have de-equipped the other one. You gotta equip the one that you got. And
previously
I'm
you told me
certain
resistance
know
to
what
fire
she's using.
damage and spider climb, but I don't
You
know
have
if
a
we
shield,
get both
right?
effects or
No.
not.
With a 21, you would
So it
not.
could be a
However, spider climb is the first effect.
Oh really? I thought fire damage was first one.
I'm done.
Not from what the notes that I have.
There you go. Yep.
That might make more sense, though. I might change that. I might actually say that would make more sense for it to be the fire damage, not the spider climb.
Congratulations, you played yourself.
I actually agree. It is going to be fire resistance. I have it the other way here, but that makes more sense. I probably said it to you in the moment after writing it down, and I was like, this makes more sense, and then just didn't change it in my notes.
Oh shoot! You know something I completely
'Kay.
forgot that I haven't done yet.
Change your spells.
No, can I buy a shield?
Oh yeah, he
Last
gave
one
me.
got blasted.
No, I gave it to. I gave
He
my
gave it
shield
to
to her.
me.
Oh.
Cause my last
Oh,
shield
yeah.
got
A
destroyed.
magical shield, he would not just have on hand. However, a shield
Just a shield.
would
He does
be
have a magical
would be
shield. He
held.
has my shield of arrow catching.
No, you have that.
No, I gave it to you.
Trinity gave me his instead because I couldn't use the arrow catching.
Yeah, you still have
shield.
your shield.
I couldn't use it because I have already all my attune slots.
A simple shield would be
Yeah.
very easy to acquire.
How much?
You would be provided for you at Orlanville's
I'm
Manor.
gonna assume sleep
Magic shield?
exhaustion is gonna function under normal exhaustion rules instead of
Your
how,
frog,
our
your
fire,
grung.
how
yeah.
my fire exhaustion works.
Correct. It would be It would be
I can only remove it if I cast a spell or long rest. I can't just go in water for an hour.
correct. Unlike the ability, it cannot be removed as easily. Okay, so with that, Tiku has made food. Knowing that she's cooking salamander, who would all be eating salamander?
Salamander.
It's not like a fire resistance is going to stack, but sure.
True. Okay. As she made it before, I don't think it's super bad because you guys already kind of know what it does as well. So you guys would also all have resistance to fire damage going into this as you guys kind of like finalize your groups, make a little bit of an semblance of a plan of how you guys are going to work together over the course of the hour.
That's a cool way you could do this idea. If you have multiple stacks of resistances, you are then like resistant to the environmental effects, or like immune to environmental effects. Like you'd be, if you had 2 stacks of cold resistance, you could go up into like a high mountain and be immune to the cold. You're not immune to the cold damage, but you are immune to cold.
It's a thought. Okay. Something I might consider. So with that being the case, as you guys get to the point where you actually need to start to get ready to actually head out, Vital would come to you guys and he would start by posing a question. He'd say, "Now, do you simply want me to take you to your, we'll say, preparation area? Or would you like me to instead point you in that direction so that you may explore a little bit more, see more of the sights, I guess you could say?"
Don't we not have time?
We have an hour, and it takes an hour to
I think
walk.
take me to the preparation area is probably what I would like to do.
I would like to meander.
Apparently they're just going.
I'm good to go.
Okay, so for you, he says, "All right, but just so you know, there will be a little bit, I probably should have thought about this earlier, but it's a little bit of a task. You must hike to roughly about a quarter of the way up Lone Peak. Knowing your proclivities might not be too difficult for you. There's a landing, not terribly high.
I do vaguely remember it. The one next to the tent.
Close, yes. That is where the entrances are, and that is where the ceremony will begin. So with that, I would start to head out fairly soon. For you, Clay, and the rest of you, if you would." And as he almost kind of like waves his hand back again, you see the rune on his hand. The more you look at this, especially for you being more focused on arcane and you as well, Zephyr, every time he splits his hands, it almost seems as though you good. It almost seems as though the rune on his hand activates as soon as his hands split from under the cloth. Almost like a concealed light that is in a container, and as you open it, you can start to slowly see the light. The runes on his hand seem to glow as soon as he separates. As he kind of like waves his hand back, chill, bro. That similar, almost like silver-like mercury-like portal seems to and open up behind him.
Can I do a perception check to see the rune on his right hand?
You can make a perception check. I will tell you. Actually, tell me what you roll first.
What the fuck? 16.
16? You picked wisdom, didn't you?
Uh-huh.
That's with advantage?
Uh-huh.
As you look at the rune, you realize it is blurred. The one thing I will tell you that you realize in this moment is that there's an illusion over his hands that seems to conceal what's actually there. Before, you were perceptive enough to actually be able to see through it. However, now it is almost blurred, and as you look at it, it instead seems to go from a arcane rune to draconic, like a draconic word. But between the illusion and almost starting to see through it, you can't pick out either what the draconic word is or what the rune is.
Fuck.
So with that, you would not be able to...
We try again next time.
As soon as he does that, he would then, with his other hand, do the same thing, and an additional portal would open up. And for you, Kane, as you said, you wanted to peruse a little bit more effectively. He says, "You would be entering through here." He places his hands back together.
I'll just.
Now, if you all would, I shall be unable to accompany you from here, but should you succeed in your conquest and you wish to return to the manor before the 3rd, simply find me near the base of Lone Peak. If you look for me, you will find me in the valley. Good luck.
I'm still so curious as to the puzzle that you present.
You see a mischievous smile as he, not only with the mischievous smile can you tell that he enjoys his own mystery, but in addition to that, you notice that most of his teeth seem to be canine, all pointed, to the point that this looks much. Upon actually seeing the innards of its mouth, this looks more of like a beast than a dragonborn for a ever so slight moment. Only the two of you, actually, only you would be able to notice it because you didn't pick wisdom, and you would be the only who'd be able to notice.
I did pick wisdom, and I have 27 with advantage.
You did pick wisdom. Apologies. So yeah, no, you would both be able to, for a very brief moment, you see what is a much more feral and aggressive face that for just a moment crosses across his face before he goes back to his more so calm demeanor and says, "Perhaps the further you go, we can speak more. There's only so much I am allowed to divulge at present."
That is an additional reason for me to succeed.
As he kind of like nods his head, he seems to almost stop moving. And as you kind of like start to walk towards the portal to walk through, you get to the edge of it, and as you look over, the color of his skin is gone. It is gray. It's a statue.
What the fuck?
As standing between these two gates, as we just opened, there is now simply a statue of Batal. With that, is there anyone that wanted to go with Kane? Again, context, you will have to scale Lone Peak about a quarter of the way up in under an hour in order to go with him. Or Batal also opened up a door that would simply take you to the waiting area.
I'm not zombieing.
Actually,
go in the portal and then lay down.
Okay. So I know the two of them. I'm going to assume that Zephyr does. Are you two just going to the waiting area as well?
Did he stay up all night?
Wait, my teammate stayed up all night.
Correct.
I'm just laying on the floor. In the waiting room.
I could fix that, but you know what? Consequences can be held by him. And I'll walk through my portal.
Well, I mean,
Okay.
Well,
Gurgle. Did Gurgle? Nothing.
He literally walked into the room and just walked through the portal.
Never mind. We'll do it later.
he just haphazardly picks up some of the
Zeph, are you ready?
salamander, takes 2 bites of it, walks into the portal, and freaking lays down.
I finish up my salamander. I say a quick prayer to Wolverine.
Wolverine.
No, it's Wolverine.
That's an actual god.
Wazarine?
No,
Wazarine.
It's Wazarine.
Yeah.
Wazer.
Oh, I thought it was Wolverine.
It's
Sounds so
Wazarine.
much like Wolverine.
Wolverine.
It's like, yes.
It's Wolverine. It's Wolverine's girlfriend.
That's why I was all like Wolverine, because anyways.
Wazarine.
Wazarine's paladin, everyone.
All right, I walk through the portal.
Okay.
I
so-
request from our guy shields and plate armor because mine is literally the base. So anything he can get me is better than what I have.
If the request was made yesterday, he might have been able to provide something. But currently,
not for today's challenge. I
'Kay.
think like future challenge.
We got the win.
No, she wants it now.
We got the
Don't
win
grab
before
that
we
shit
get
out of
extra.
storage.
I mean,
We got
go
the
to
win
requesting a
before we get
shield.
extra loot, Tiker.
Yeah,
just
2
imagine.
shields.
TQ not realizing.
I thought you just said that he gave you
takes
the
time.
shit.
Our shields are literally just shields. Like they're
We're putting requests for More advanced shields.
Great, got it. So like he put in a
They
request
want
for
the
armor,
shield of warning.
despite the fact that he asked you for requests earlier.
Yeah.
Now as you're going through the portal, you're like,
You turn to the statue. I need this and this.
we're gonna say over the course of the morning, you put in a few requests
Yeah.
for additional equipment upgrades.
That'll be good.
You thought through the night about Orlevel saying that he didn't want his champions to be
Dude,
wanting.
I was so focused on my freaking fridge box, okay?
By the way, Nate wanted to take my bracers of clarity since I'm no longer using them, and I told him he could.
What exactly do they do?
10 movement speed and give you advantage on breaking, paralyze,
Say less.
Damn.
and
require
restrained. They give you advantage on saving
No
throws to
attunement
avoid
for
more
armors
and
and
the
stuff.
paralyzed or restrained condition. on
Actually,
We have not all talked at the
We're
same
not
time.
going to attune to him. Enhanced movement speed.
You worried that we'll do something?
So not attuned. Okay, so I'm actually going to do first off
I'm
what you
deleting it,
notice,
so you
and then
need
I'm
to
going to
add it
go
to your
to the five of you that have gone through the portal. You appear just to the side of the arena that you were in the previous day. First thing you would notice immediately, despite it being early in the morning, as you look down to the arena, there's a small crowd that is gathered here, and there seems to be a human and an elf that are both contending with what appears to be it looks similar to a fire salamander, but seems to have orange skin, and as it walks, it almost seems to shimmer in sunlight. For in moments you're looking at it and it's gone, and then it's on a rock, and then it takes a few seconds, and almost like similar to like a chameleon, as it walks, it seems to almost reflecting the sun, seems to vanish from sight, and then appears closer.
Is it teleporting or is it like vanishing, moving?
It is vanishing and moving.
Okay.
However, the one thing that is worth noting with the perception that you have, even though you can't see it, it's not going invisible, you're able to tell, and also it seems almost like stationary when it stops, like it's visible for a time, and then whenever this camouflage activates, it moves fast. And the reason that you're able to still kind of track it is with your perception, you see like rocks moving, dirt being flung up, as it seems to move in these, one might say, 6-second intervals. It appears and then moves, and it's moving like 100 feet at a time. It almost gives the feeling of it teleporting around the arena as these two individuals currently armed for battle are frantic. One is bleeding. His eye seems to be almost like blackened. It looks like he was burned. The other looking a little bit more hardy. So the elf individual looks much more burly, larger man. You get the idea of almost kind of a barbarian, bare-chested, has a battle axe. He's with his back to him, just seems to be calling out. Do you speak Elvish?
I do.
You do? He seems to be calling out, and he's like, I knew we shouldn't have signed up for this game. I didn't think that they've caught these this far south. As he seems to be familiar with the creature and extremely panicked. As you look, one of the individuals next to you almost just kind of like leans over to you, doesn't notice that you seem to have just appeared out of nowhere, even though you walked through a portal. Just kind of leans over to you and he's like, bet you off the books, 10 gold. Elf dies first. He's too confident.
Do I have time?
This is their run. This is like the previous run.
No,
so
I know. I was
assume-
saying to get to where I need, because I know roughly where I need to go. Do I have time to
Make a bet.
make a bet?
You're probably looking at about 40 minutes of actually going up, unless you elect to fly.
I was planning on it.
If you elect to fly, you could probably get up in about 15 minutes to get to the place you need to be. Maybe an extra 5 minutes to just to make sure you get to the area you need to go, find your friends.
Sure.
He smiles and says, "Bad bet."
I'm aware.
Almost like in response to that, the elf kind of turns to the other and says, "We have to split up. If it is able to get in between us, we'll be turned." Oh, yes, and he seems to take a step forward, and there's like almost like a flash of light to the point that you kind of like blink out a little bit, as it's almost like a curtain had flashed and the sun just hits you directly in the eyes. You kind of, for a moment, kind of blink out and you look, and his body is charred and blackened on the ground. In this instant, the other individual kind of like turns to him and just immediately drops his weapon and just, I surrender. I've lost. And the individual next to you, smiling, kind of like holds out his hand for a moment, and then similar to how people gesture for money, kind of like runs his fingers across or his thumb across his fingers, and the creature in the cage kind of seems to almost like look up in response to it, and then there's that similar refraction of light, and it's gone from the field. With your perception, you're able to see that it ran to the mountain, and it seemed to have run up and gone into the path behind the stone dragon, the dragon sentry that was looking down. In that moment, you get the impression it can move even faster than what you were seeing, almost like it was toying with the people that it was fighting.
I will pull out the 10 gold and I'll hand it to him, and I'll say,
A small price to pay for that show.
It is always a pleasure. As this individual turns towards you, he appears human, but he is almost like a longer pointed nose. And when I say pointed, I almost mean like cartoonish. It almost like comes down to
like a Waluigi point?
Yes. Other than the fact that it seems to come straight down. That pointed. And then in addition to that, rather than having that split down the middle of the nasal cavity, it is a single nostril. His 2 ears in a similar fashion are almost spiked. Again, almost looking like a cartoon thief that would be sneaking around. The features of his face look almost like a Picasso painting. His cheeks are square as they go to the side. His eyes almost appear to be they almost appear to be like marbles. No pupils, but colors that seem to intricately kind of spin throughout it. And as he looks towards you, he says, "I hope we can meet again. Good luck, Conquester." And then,
is it possible to catch the name?
He as at the point he kind of like turned, and even despite the small crowd, seems to have found a grouping that he could attempt to try and disappear into. And he stops for a moment. He says, "For now, you may call me the painting," and walks into the crowd. And despite like looking at him, very much so, again, almost movie-esque, an individual kind of like walks behind him, and the individual seems to be gone.
Can I attempt a perception check?
Yeah.
That's right. This is why I'm double cocked. 24.
24. You start to look around. You cannot seem to see him or find him at all. However, an individual next to you, halfling, kind of like noticing you looking for, he says, like, "I understand there's weird people here, but talking to yourself in the middle of a festival," and just continues walking. As you get the impression, as you kind of like look around, almost like kind of like you like tap someone on the shoulder, asking if they saw the individual kind of instinctively, and they think you're crazy, like you've just been talking to a ghost.
I'll keep an eye out.
Apart from that, the festival has changed slightly. Rather than all these more so like carnival-like games that you were seeing prior, the valley has largely been set up to almost look like a massive obstacle course full of different stages of almost like a ninja warrior. As you look, there's a cavern that seems to have been dug or seems to have spawned down through the middle, and it actually goes as far as you can see to the left and right as it kind of circles around Lone Peak. The pit is kind of strewn throughout it with different adventurers or stall owners takes at like different wooden planks going across. Some have a log that seems to be utilizing either mechanisms or magic. Some almost have like water wheels attached that almost make them spin. They're playing games of these people trying to walk across, some of which seem excited and very invested in this game, some of which are very clearly are manacled at their feet. It seems to be more of a punishment. You see individuals sweating, people grabbing onto a log as it spins. One of the ones not too far from you, as an individual falls, hits it, and he just almost like crying says, I'm sorry, I just didn't have any money. And the individual running the game, who appears to be a Goliath, calls out, "Doesn't matter, rules are rules," as he kicks the log, shaking it just enough the guy falls. For just a moment, you hear that almost like that scream of someone falling. Before, in a similar fashion to most of these games, the sound seems to be drowned out. As you continue to look about, it seems there's almost like rock climbing that has been set up on the walls. but as you climb up the walls, rather than like the games where the rocks almost seem to disappear from your hands, as they go up the walls, the one that you see, it seems that swords seem to be jutting out from the wall, and you hear the laughter kind of echoing as you kind of start to walk about from individuals who have seemed to pay to be on the other side, to be trying to stab these individuals trying to climb the wall. As the overall feeling of this festival continues to be chaotic and gruesome, but the games have changed on the day. The overall jovial game has gone to more of like a almost competitive. It has gone from just like carnival games to like a competitive style. It's still carnival, but competitive and dangerous games.
I would transform at this point and take off for the platform.
With that, the five of you, as you went directly to the waiting area, are, for some of you, appear in a familiar, almost a familiar cave, or I guess you could say hangar. The large grouping of people that you saw here previously, Gurgle, the day before, have largely cleared out, and instead you see that there is 14 separate dragons of varying colors, mainly chromatic, however. Each of them are between like an adult to going on ancient, as you would again be reminded of both the amount of dragons are here and also the power of the dragons that are here. As even just in here and kind of like glancing back out of the cave entrance, you guys can still see what is many extremely powerful, large, you see ancient dragons, adult dragons, as again, you just get a reminder of how many dragons there actually are here in the degree of danger that most of these people should feel like they're in if you were to take it in modern Altira. With that being the case, a familiar elf walks up to you as you guys have now appeared. She goes, you're a little bit early. Good. It's great to make good impressions. As she gestures, her Githlinky-like assistant walks up with the notepad out and he says, I believe they will be separated into 3 teams, miss. She kind of nods and says, okay, so just in case you're unfamiliar with this, you are going to be entering one, or I guess accepting one of these dragons' challenge. You have 14 separate options. It is worth noting that you will be split into groups of 2. Each group may not choose the same dragon, lest you want to invite certain consequences. Let it be known it is not against the rules, simply ill-advised. Each of the dragons have their own challenge that they would have you progress through. I will give you one as an example, as she gestures towards one of the larger, if not the largest dragon in here. As she gestures over to it, you see a familiar red dragon whose head is actually cocked. There's 2 individuals that seem to be talking to him that he almost seems to be ignoring. As he looks over towards you all, a smile on his face and almost like lava dripping down the back of his mouth. It hits the ground next to the 2 individuals who kind of like stumble back.
I pick him.
One of the humans, the human individual, just starts to yell curses at him in Draconic. As soon as the first curse leaves his word, the dragon's smile goes to almost like an open maw as his hand just reaches out and both of them, you actually watch his blood just across the floor. Elf in front of you is just worth noting. If you insult a dragon's honor, it does have permission to kill you. We're going to have to clean that up. No worries. Now,
I pick him.
Easily enough. Have you elected for a partner already?
I think he's coming.
All right. I believe that would be Gurgle and Clay, if I remember correctly.
We're limited. Well, hold on. Time out. We were told that we're limited if we're using magical equipment. That alters us. Does that mean we have only options to pick from?
You're welcome to use whatever you like. However...
No, I'm saying, can we not pick the easier dragons if we're using certain equipment? Because we're forced into doing the harder dragons?
Oh, no, you can pick whatever dragon you want. It is simply the dragon will evaluate you after you accept its challenge.
Okay, perfect. I pick him.
Best of luck.
Him, right?
Oh, Yeah, I'm fine with him. I'm not so sure about my frog companion who decided not to sleep.
Can
How you
Well,
doing anyways?
if you've
Pharaoh?
already decided, best for you to go set the terms of your arrangement. It is not a... It is more of an accord.
can multiple people pick the same dragon?
I believe I already said that. I wish that you would pay attention. Will reiterate that.
She said no.
Yes, multiple people can pick the same dragon.
never mind.
However, if you pick the same dragon, he has certain liberties. Similar to while you can use any magic item, you will be evaluated when you elect to choose a dragon or face his challenge. The dragon will set certain parameters with you, some disclosed, some not, as part of the game. If you choose the same dragon, then he simply has more liberties, you could say. And the biggest danger is if one of you picks the dragon, but you are on the same team, he might use twice the resources on one of you. Or perhaps he works with another dragon, knowing that he has two, and instead of focusing an equal amount of resources on each group of adventurers, instead chooses to focus all on one, letting one of you pass in hopes that between the group he fails and one of the other dragons, he causes you to lose. The penalty for losing in this particular conquest is to be determined with your dragon partner.
You wouldn't happen to have like a 5-hour energy for champions, would you?
I look at the Githyanki. Look in
So-
person.
Are you a dragon? Of a sort?
Okay, so I'm a little confused. Can we go over that one more time?
Hold on.
So she is going to
Hold on,
reiterate.
hold on. I got you. I got genius level memory. Okay, so if two groups pick the same dragon, then he can use all of his resources. Let's say that he has like a set of challenges.
Dragon aside, I need this. I need to know what is the challenge.
We don't
That
know.
is
To be
determined,
determined
with
with the
each
dragon.
dragon.
And so,
So if you choose...
So you're going to
the
talk
red
to the
dragon.
dragon to set up terms.
We don't get a no prior. That's what he said.
He can disclose information, but you literally walk up to the dragon you chose and you set terms for your game.
You just like.
You
I like
also
that guy.
can refuse and choose a different dragon upon hearing the term.
what if I choose a different dragon than my partner?
You can't.
Then we paper rock scissors.
You would be assigned one, yes. If you were to pick a dragon
No.
and you were as
We'll solve
well,
it between ourselves. We'll paper rock scissors.
if you do not, then the dragons would solve it between them.
Okay.
Well,
Now, best of luck. It seems you have chosen your dragon. If you would go speak with... I've never been good with dragon names. Go speak with your partner.
I think
Again,
so.
terms will be set.
Wasn't he like Soul or something? Solvis?
I would,
Close.
I would look at the Githyanki like an individual.
Are you a dragon?
I didn't read the name.
He looks.
I said
He
it
looks to effectively, from what you can tell, his boss, and she nods. I am.
I pick you.
Bad choice. I feel like that's the worst choice. It's always the worst choice to pick the drinking
That's like
assistant.
picking. That's like picking King Boomy.
Yeah, it's always the worst
Choose
choice.
you. Wrong choice.
It's a bad choice.
And who would your partner be? As again, his voice shifts. For the third time since you've met him.
I'm not there.
It's
He is Kane. He will be here.
Soon.
When
And
it's
you
about to
have
start.
his permission to speak for him, yes?
Assuming he's not here, yes.
Marvelous. If you would.
Worst choice.
As he
Worst
gestures
choice.
his hand, you watch as the almost clipboard that he had kind of like falls into his cloak. As he actually wears, as you start to focus on it a little bit, very similar garments to Batal. Okay. With that, as he picks this now confirmed dragon assistant, you've picked the red dragon you met previously. You just got drafted.
I am curious, as this was going to be
These
my
guys haven't
guess,
picked him.
and I was just curious if he's there. Is the silver dragon that fights like a human one of the choices?
Very much so.
God damn it, Rasu!
There is a silver dragon that is standing on their hind legs. For what it's worth, at this point, a little bit more apparent. her hind legs as the silver silver dragon standing on her hind legs is. You guys, as you're kind of like looking around, I'll say for the two of you, as you've technically not picked, looking through these dragons, she's the first one that would catch your attention, and she seems to be hitting the wall. In fact, you didn't notice at first, but the sound of shaking of like this crash, consistently but almost low. She's fairly far away, and it slightly echoes. You kind of wrote it off due to the sheer amount of dragons and just the atmosphere. But as you look, she is hitting into the wall, and no one is near her. In fact, not only is there not any adventurers or you could say competitors that are in front of her, she seems to have a wide berth around her, as she is effectively similar to what you would see at a martial arts gym in a punching bag. Seems to be practicing on a portion of the wall that she has hit enough that she's dug out portions of it and almost made her own pillar that she is now practicing on.
So, Tiku, you feeling good about any of these dragons?
Am I feeling good about any of these dragons?
I can just tell you what they are.
Do you want to fight the she-monk?
No. No, I do not.
I mean, you and Kane are probably the most expert people here, and Kane's missing right now.
There is an additional red dragon. So there's 2 red dragons. There's a green dragon. There's a black dragon. There is a blue dragon. There's 2 blue dragons.
Is it the black dragon, the big boy?
No. There is a bronze dragon. There is another green dragon. I should have just bracketed these together. I just wrote their names and their colors. It's fine. It's fine. There is what appears to be a white dragon. A platinum dragon. A little bit more glossy than silver. So closest, I would say, to a platinum dragon.
Tiku just walks up.
Chewing on its toe.
There is a purple dragon and a pink dragon. The pink, for what it's worth, is a very, very dim. She looks very battle-worn. The ones that I would say would catch Tiku's attention the easiest, the fastest, just based on your history.
Green, obviously.
The silver,
the smallest and the easiest.
The silver and the purple are the smallest. The purple dragon appears to be a young dragon, smallest in the entire group.
Tiku is simple. She sees the smallest one. She's like,
the
that's
least
got to be the easiest one.
She's a prodigy.
What about like energy or like insight check?
You can make an insight check.
Which one will I serve the least?
Soul wavelength
I'll give her
activate.
guidance on this.
Who's the most vicious?
Probably the one that I picked. I think that's probably pretty obvious at this point.
They kind of recovered it.
I said most vicious or least vicious. 17.
17. Most vicious? The
Least-
blood scouring around the dragon that Gurgle has gone to talk to.
Least vicious
That
and-
also, as you start to inspect and you see as you start to walk closer to it, is not just those 2. The area around him is stained dark with blood. Meaning he's killed a lot of people over time. You even, especially for you, you would start to get the impression that they've done this more than once.
I want the
ones-
person that's like person that's least looks the least interested, but also like doesn't radiate power.
The silver
as much as
dragonborn
the others.
again seems more so odd. That said, something worth noting is, especially because I would say you guys are almost like walking about, almost like listening in on conversations. The conversations around the silver dragon are that there's no glory in her competition. People don't seem to be scared of the silver dragon that is effectively practicing martial artist. It seems that they feel like, why would I do that challenge?
It's too easy.
It's easy. It's like a free pass. There's no respect that's to be gained with it.
Tiku's like,
In addition
hell
to that,
yeah, this is my cup of tea.
kind of like in passing as you walk past her, you also hear she's the only dragon that effectively is calling curtsies to individuals as they pass. She wishes these adventurers luck. She hopes they all survive.
Oh, curtsies.
Yes.
I said curtsies, and I was like,
I actually did.
calling curtsies.
I apologize. I did say curtsies. Courtesies is what I meant to say. Silver Dragon legitimately seems nice. Not even like as far as Tiku considers dragons. She just seems oddly nice.
Like almost eerily nice.
With that being the case, the purple dragon has the largest group around them. The young purple dragon has the most adventurers.
I feel like
seem confident.
Young guy is like gonna be the most willing to, or like most wanting to prove that his is the like.
Both
the
red
most
dragons
challenging.
seem very vicious at a first glance, while one might
That
seem
tracks.
a little bit
That
more,
tracks.
a little bit more than the other. They both don't give you good vibes. Apart from that, the rest of the dragons are kind of the same. Extremely intimidating, a very heavy presence. It's clear that they find themselves superior to the individuals below them. As you start to hear some of them talking about the terms of their competition, whether or not it be a trial of constitution, a trial of acrobatics, whatever it might be, the rest of the dragons all kind of have the same almost feel to them of you're not going to be able to pass my challenge. This is too much for you. And as they talk to him, it's very demeaning, like a king talking to a peasant, but it's a king who doesn't care about his subjects.
Do you have a preference on what aspect we go after?
Not really. I think we got our bases pretty well covered between the two of us.
I like the silver dragon.
Why is that?
She seems nice.
She seems like she's not gonna eat
She probably
me.
just reminds you of Kalmia.
Oh, great God, kill me.
Tell me which dragon.
Tell me which dragon.
Obviously, it's the punching dragon. That's what you pick.
I like the silver one, or I'd probably pick like the bronze one. They tend to be nicer to humans.
But you're not a human.
Any of the metallics are fine.
I'm surprised you don't go for the green ones. Don't you feel more
Hell
fit with them?
no.
I realized I said mostly metallic. I meant mostly chromatic.
You said mostly chromatic.
Oh, I did? Okay, good. I was like, I thought I said it backwards. Carry
Oh,
on.
hell no. That little brat was so rude. He ate so many of us, and then he just disappeared one day.
Was
He's
his,
an asshole.
was his parent the same way?
She was better. But still mean. She was gold, though.
So you're... She said she was gold?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm surprised. How's that even work?
Don't ask me. I don't know. I think the dragons, I think they get their color independent of genealogy. Is that true? They get like based off their personality and their element more
What
than.
determines the color of a dragon?
It would be birth. However, so while
Is it
it would be
genetics,
worth,
or is it like-
is genetics. However, think of it like hair color.
Oh, like
Dominant
you're
recessive
more.
traits.
You could have two blue dragons that had a baby
So
dragon
somewhere
of
in
a
their
different
lineage,
color
yeah.
because somewhere in the lineage is a different color. However, if you have two blue dragons, chances are they're
It's
going to have a blue
probably
dragon
gonna be
baby.
I don't know. Maybe she made it with the green dragon.
That seems weird.
I don't know. I don't know dragon eating rituals.
Actually surprised you don't, considering.
Dude, I'm only 50. 5.
Isn't that really old for a kobold?
I don't know how old I am actually. They told me I was 50 when I left my village, but I don't know numbers really good. I actually don't even know what that means.
They're 50 hours old. They just mature at an insane rate.
So you seem to really not know anything.
Chromatic, also silver is good girl. I like that dragon. She seems nice.
But from what I'm hearing, most people aren't very interested in her trial.
Glory, they want glory or whatever. Tiku doesn't care about glory. Tiku cares about surviving.
I'm curious what her trial is. We should at least go ask, even if we don't take it.
Cool. That sounds good.
Okay, so you guys are making your way to the Silver Dragon. For you, because technically you'd be the closest to it. As you start to talk to him, his answers to you would be fairly simple. I apologize. We cannot discuss terms, tell your partner this year. So you would actually have to wait for him. That is to say, we're probably going to you guys.
Oh, great silver dragon. That reminds me of God Kalmia.
Hold that thought. These we're gonna take this in order of. Honestly, I'm probably just gonna do it in the order of that you guys actually chose your dragon. So it's probably gonna be you two, and then you. That you two chose. I mean, to be fair, you signed up some people for this competition without their permission. I guess it's only justice that he picks your dragon.
True.
As the two of you approach, the dragon kind of waits for you to actually get close before lifting its hand off the ground so that the blood and viscera starts to spill and drip onto the floor as he kind of like turns his front leg towards him and licks it off. Worth noting, in a similar fashion to the black dragon you saw from before, he has a very serpent-like tongue. Not all the dragons have been like this. However, this red dragon and the black dragon are notably serpentile. Rather than having his tongue split into like the 3 separate serpent-like tongues, his just splits into 2. It's actually not even accurate to say it splits into 2. He has 2 separate tongues. As one starts to lick the front leg, the other almost kind of like laps up and licks just like the top of his jaw, where a little bit of the splatter had hit. As
It's also a snake dragon. You guys are screwed. You guys are screwed.
Snakes are incapable of good emotion. He does not have just one forked tongue. He has 2.
2 forked tongues.
That's
Totally.
twice as bad.
chill. As you approach him, he kind of like brings his head down low to you again, to where it's like you can really only see one side of his face. Largely, almost entirely focused on you, despite you being there with him. Clay, just, I knew I liked you. So, you wish to test yourself in the bowels of fire?
Yeah, I'll make it easy for you to figure out what you want to do. I do have a belt. It does make me stronger. It also makes me more resistant to poisons.
A test of strength.
Well, I mean, if you want to, I'm just letting you know that I have a belt that increases my strength.
Let's not get too hasty here. Perhaps we should, since he has these things that help for a very physical contest, perhaps we should do one that is more mental.
I don't think this dragon likes mental stuff.
You watch as both of his tongues almost start to split, almost like he's trying to clean his teeth, and he goes,
Something that would involve cunning, or maybe gift of gab.
a fancy one and a strong. I propose a test of strength in constitution.
Okay, I can go with that.
Okay, so
Your goal will be simple. I will send you to the depths of Lone Peak, to the bowels of Loaf.
Where will I be sent to?
I think the same place.
Oh, I thought he was just talking to you.
You shall climb, collect. There's an artifact near the peak. Oh,
Wait, so we start at the bottom and we climb to the top and get an
Wait,
artifact?
I thought this was a constitution, not a strength.
it will be.
Technically, if we're in the middle of a volcano, I think that automatically means it's going to be partly constitution.
You will not have to climb all the way to the peak, simply the peak of the cave.
Oh, okay, perfect. Okay, so
If
climb
you
to the cave.
succeed, you will keep the artifact.
Oh, I do like extra loot.
Well, that's nice. Do we get climbing gear?
Whatever you have.
So whatever we have. I didn't bring climbing gear. Did you bring climbing gear?
Don't worry about it. I got you covered.
Against other teams.
We are competing against other teams, right? So first one to the artifact?
Yes, some have already got in. They have a head start.
Wait
You
a
want to
second.
start?
Bullshit! Can you teleport me now?
Of course. As he says that and he opens his mouth,
Are you okay with this?
looking at the back of his
No,
gullet,
I'm not.
looking at the back of his gullet as he opens his mouth, where you see the effectively like where his uvula would be almost the slime and drool in the back of his mouth. You watch you very much get the impression that he's about to use a breath weapon on you as fire builds up in the back of his throat and then seems to almost like fade in the middle of it, like a small black hole, as he puts his head down on the ground and one of those serpent-like tongue falls down next to you.
We go inside you? The cave is in you?
Okay, so this is Gurgle, go first. This is your idea. I think you should go in, scout ahead.
I'm surprised.
Report back to me.
I'm surprised neither of you are insight checking this guy.
Not only.
I mean, I have a 20 insight.
Not only as like, does he surrounded by blood, but like for actually, I wouldn't say you guys talking, you don't know, but like you guys, as you're starting to look around, like Tigu, you're like, the silver dragon one, and you look over towards this dragon, looks like it's just about to eat Gurgle. And Tigu's like, not that one.
No.
Okay, so you can promise I won't get eaten if I go inside you, right? And I am inside of you.
Go for it.
I believe him.
Can you remind me, are the plains around this mountain yellow or green?
It is just like open plains, so it'd be mostly dirt and like low grass.
So green.
So it'd be green, but a lot of yellow dirt. That's why you're remembering
going
both.
first, though.
Actually,
You said 24, Gurgle?
it might actually be a 25. I think I have a +7. Oh, but it's -2, so it'd be a 23. 'Cause
He's telling the
exhausted.
truth.
Okay.
He's very excited about this. Is it because no one is choosing him? And you two
Okay.
are the first that is open to choosing him? Or is it because he's going to eat you?
So we're not gonna die if we go in. At least I'm assuming initially.
You want some spicy grung?
And it doesn't look like that's a throat. It looks like I'm actually gonna be teleported somewhere.
Well, a throat that big will always look like a cave, Gurgle.
That's fair. That's fair.
He has a very cavernous
As
esophagus.
as you guys are starting to think about it, you hear wind coming from his mouth.
Oh,
There's wind coming.
He's exhaling.
does he need a tic tac?
The smell surprises you. It is the smell of
Musty cave.
no, actually,
Sulfur?
it's the smell of sulfur and burning meat.
Oh, tic tac, tic tac.
I think something's being cooked inside there.
Yeah, probably the last people that crawled in.
True.
One of his tongues kind of still hanging low, and he says, "You accept."
All right, I'll send you. Can I communicate with him that I'm not dead if I go in? Okay. If I'm dead, obviously I won't communicate with you.
Do you digest slowly?
We're running out of time, guys.
We gotta go. We're already at it. We're already at it. Let's just go together. One, two, three.
Okay.
As you two run up the tongue, worth noting, his tongue burns through your shoes. Like, for you, Gurgle, it's not as bad, but you can feel just like, oh, if I stood on this for long enough, my shoes would it would start to eat through the bottom of my armor, my shoes. As you guys run, and you guys watch as Gurgle and Clay just run into this dragon's mouth. As soon as you guys both dive into this black opening in this fire.
We didn't know we were going to lose two so soon.
As soon as you guys dive in, for those of you outside, and this is actually where you're about to live in the cave, he does. He just... as, for what it's worth, a familiar sound to you.
Tiku,
As
did you
something
see
not
that?
too unlike what you have heard in the cave so far, the dragon makes.
Rest in peace, girl.
With that, is you two...
Unfortunately, I cannot recover your bodies.
As you arrive up top, you see the elf.
Souls to the
She looks
afterlife.
over and she kind of puts her hand on her head and she goes, "How does he always get people to enter early?" Just kind of rubbing her head. With that, you guys have entered your trial. So at this point, this is kind of where you arrive, and this is where you guys are starting to walk over. As you come up, and she turns around, "Oh, wonderful. You're here. Your dragon has been chosen already, courtesy of your partner. Please, go meet up with him."
Land and go.
As you
I'm
guys-
like going down I'm going down. It's very charismatic.
Okay, for the two of you, as soon as you actually approach it, wonderful. Now, I am a little bit different than most of the dragons here. Tell me, how would you like to compete?
Dragonstone first?
Sorry. Oh. Could you clarify what you mean by compete?
What do you excel at? This is, at its core, a competition to show the strengths of your inner self. Maybe outer. Most do feats of valor, strength, constitution, dexterity, intelligence, perhaps charisma.
Strength? Constitution? I could swing intelligence if you want.
I excel at the arcane.
An arcane trial. As per the nature of our games, 2 competitors, 2 requirements. An arcane challenge, I would be more than happy to oblige. But I require at least 1 more. You said strength is what you excel in, yes?
Yes?
Glorious. All right. A trial of strength and intelligence. Oh, I have a genius idea. Have you heard of the tower being built in the north?
The wizard one?
Well, yes. You could say wizard. Magical nature to it. The fun part about it, that typically most individuals like to partake the trials inside to climb the tower. I propose a contested trial. You shall climb the outside. Upon reaching the precipice, you simply must solve the trial at the top. It is arcane in nature. Shouldn't be too difficult for you at all. Simply climb the tower, solve the arcane mystery in the top room.
And we have to climb it from the exterior.
Of course. That is the strength from which you excel, yes.
Yes.
Wonderful. Tell me, is there anything you desire?
Do you mean by reward?
Of course. What should be in the room? What should the trial be around? A ring? Perhaps a lost loved one?
Sorry, what? What about someone who doesn't exist yet?
I have been known to create life on occasion or two.
But what about a life that would exist without you?
You are terrible at speaking in parables.
So, could you, hypothetically, someone is going to have a child, and bring that child?
I would have to have a perfect understanding of them. It would be very difficult.
What if they were my sibling?
Perhaps with proper preparation. It could be possible. Is that what you wish for as well, though?
Do we each get separate rewards?
There is a arcane... We'll call it an arcane lock. There's but one thing to be in the chest.
I would technically desire my own. Not if you believe this necessary.
Wait, you want him to recreate your sibling as a reward for winning this challenge?
Okay, Tommy-wimey bullshit aside, am I under the assumption that 2 people that are the same person can't exist in the same timeline?
You have no idea.
How the fuck would you... There's no way to even test that.
Shit, there's sprigs. That might be how sprigs actually work.
This is just
Tell you
Rob's
what.
inner monologue.
We'll put it up to desire. Whoever desires what they want more shall be in the chest.
Fair enough.
Well, being as I don't really want to mess up something that I don't quite understand, we'll probably go for a more basic just item.
Wonderful. Well, with that, I suppose you can begin. I wish you the best of luck, and do be warned. Your hands are probably going to get cold.
And the distance to this trial.
As effectively at this point, he would start to cast a spell. And in this moment, you guys would be teleported to your trial, which we'll get back to in a moment. As Zephyr and Tiku.
I really want to do the Silver Dragons.
You might still see it. Depends on if they choose it. As you walk up, she finishes what is effectively a formation that she has done. She hits the side of the stone and stops. And again, a little bit of an odd sight, continuing to, I guess, add to the mystery of this. It is clear this dragon is sweating through her scales, as the silver nature of this dragon is now glistening with sweat. Not typical to reptiles nor to dragons. As she stops, she turns towards you, walks over again on her hind legs, and sits with her rear legs cross-legged, and her, despite still being front legs, almost still trying to use them more of like hands. It looks a little bit awkward, almost like a human with stumps that is still almost communicating with their hands. And she sits. It's my pleasure to meet you. Tell me, do you simply wish to discuss, or do you actually have interest?
Have interest in, but we do want to discuss more idea what the trial will be. I have some ideas.
Mine is a bit different from what you would see from most of the others here. First of which, there is a martial prowess to it. You being from one of the more, I'm going to say, smarter races. As she looks about to the dragons, notably slinging insults at dragons, which they do not typically do between each other, is you can understand the value of the art, or martial arts, you could say. I do have a degree of that, a training that you must undergo. You might call it a battle of will or constitution. Simply make it through my training. It will only be a week long. Don't worry, it shall not impact your daily life here. It will be condensed, a moment even. That would be the first step. The second is commitment. I want to see what you would do for those you claim to love.
So,
Does
why
Zephyr
do the
claim to love anyone?
why do the other, challengers and dragons seem to speak poorly of your trial?
They don't believe, while perhaps my training would carry some weight to a lot, relations between dragons and those that would participate in conquests are second to the relations they build, or to the power they wish to create. Apologies. They'll sacrifice their friends, or even their companions, as she gestures. In this case, she points towards a dragon, a green dragon specifically. She says, someone who would sacrifice other members of your species, of your citizenry, as you know. But power gained at that cost is not something I'd ever wish for. And for those that I would bestow my blessing on, it is not something that I ordain, I guess you could say. Sorry, this is not my first language. I've only recently learned to start to speak.
So you seem to be pushing a certain ideology that's not common amongst your peers.
Unfortunately, no. But if all things go according to my goals and aspiration, give it some time, I hope to get more of a following, perhaps an understanding.
Is there a way to change the challenge a little bit?
Everything is every part of life is a negotiation.
So I'm thinking about making this more of a grand challenge. Could you test us on all 6 characteristics?
Yes, I suppose I could. That would be quite daunting, though.
I think we could pull through.
Well, I would be more than happy to accommodate.
And from what I understand, the more intense the challenge, the greater reward is for you as well.
You could say, I can't say I care much for the reward of everything, but...
But it should help your cause at the minimum.
Of course. In fact, if you do wish to take a challenge of that degree, I can accommodate, and if you are able to pass, I would perhaps even be willing to provide a backing in your conquest. I know not your goals, but one that be willing to help with mine is one that would deserve assistance in turn.
What do you think, Tiku?
Strength to pass.
We probably won't die, right?
No, of course not. I would never kill anyone that would simply wish to test themselves.
Tiku came in initially being like, oh, it's nice. This sounds nice and easy. You want a what?
I can guarantee your safety.
What is the great silver?
She's silver, right?
Yes, she is silver.
Okay, she's not the platinum one.
No,
okay.
she is silver.
Oh, great silver dragon, what is thy name?
My name is Selfarion.
Silverion. Please take this humble offering.
And Tiku's going up.
What are you handing to her?
I am handing her the rest of the
Salamander.
rest of the salamander, as well as what would she appreciate the most? You think she'd like eating humans? I don't think she would. Oh.
I suggest that she offer human-type foods, not humans. She thought about humans. She said Tiku's brain. She's like, no, she won't like that.
Tiku's just like,
human-type foods.
What do you want to offer her?
French fries.
Lamb chops. We'll go lamb.
Like stews.
And stew.
She falls down almost like onto effectively the elbow joints of her front legs, almost as she still kind of like keeps her legs folded backwards. It gives you the impression of like just like a fairly flexible human who almost seems to balance, or who'd be balancing on their knees, almost like an Indian stance, on their elbows, kind of like talking to you, laying on their belly, as she kind of like lays down and effectively licks up the bit of food that you're able to provide for her. She,
If I had more time, I'd make more.
as she smiles, you again get another odd feature of this dragon. Almost no canines. Her teeth almost just look flat. It looks uncanny and unnatural. As she licks up the food and seems to notice that you saw the teeth in her mouth, she almost like immediately closes her mouth, kind of almost using her gums to hide her teeth. As for the grand majority of dragons, as you see them, the teeth that they have is a very apparent part of their intimidation, of just like the idea of what they could do if they actually tried to take a bite out of you. And hers almost gives you more of a goofy-like appearance.
A herbivore.
Yes, much more of like a herbivore. In addition to that, as she swallows, you can hear like a... She sits, she kind of like
Tiku,
goes back up on
she's
her
a
hind
vegetarian.
legs and looks about at the other dragons, some of which kind of almost sneering. You notice in this moment that in your offering of food, of this meat to her, you had the attention of many of the other dragons now looking over. As she sits back down on her hind legs, you again get like almost like a thank you.
We'll bring you something better next time. I have an idea for you.
She smiles and like with a very thankful, almost like understanding, she's thank you very much. There's certain there's certain appearances that must be maintained, at least for now, but I prefer dining of a different variety, typically.
I got an idea for you. Don't you worry.
Tiku bows down. Oh, apologies. Tiku did not know.
She's like, prostrated herself.
She's like, I thought everybody ate meat. All dragons have eaten meat before.
I am so sorry.
Kind of shaking her head. She says,
Tiku will do better next time.
Tiku, you're making a scene.
"It is fine. The magic that I can, the food that I consume is unlike what you would find from any other dragon or creature that I know of.
Does it happen to be rocks?
Unfortunately, it does not.
Oh,
You do not need to worry about bestowing me with any gifts. However, should you wish to, I eat certain less living things, and my favorite, of course, is the most detrimental. It is, you could say, of a magical variety.
She eats spell slots.
Is that
I
legit?
look delicious to her.
Is that legit? We were thinking like a vegetarian burger type stuff, but this is way different.
No, this
For us,
dragon.
Tiku
This
unlocks
dragon is a
produce.
magic eater.
Sucks on me like a freaking
Noodle.
like a mint. Freaking
like arcane magic or like...
chews on me like a piece of bubble gum until all the spell slots are gone.
I'm gonna try to pull a little bit of soul wisp out of my, like not actually pull my crystal out, but like touch my hat to see if I can pull a little soul wisp out of my forehead, out of the orb.
Make it so it's survival.
Pull a what out of it?
Do I do this?
I thought you only had juice souls in that
Or a
orb.
level 1 spell slot.
23.
I have something.
23. As you as you are able to find, as you've started to work with this a little bit more, you're getting a little bit more in tune, and specifically you're able to find one of the more almost like lost souls, with no purpose, no real essence to it anymore, and you are able to find it, and in that similar fashion, almost get that like slight, almost like bluish white coating on your hand. As soon as you do, she almost like kind of like turns her head, her eye almost starts to gleam a little bit.
Like hunger or not?
Yeah.
I got something better, Tiku. So, reach into the necklace. I pull out a staff. It's a jade staff with a snake head on it. It's a +3.
It's fucking goated.
You see what at first you think is saliva, but as soon as you start to look at it a little bit more, it is a thick silver material. Likely is her saliva that like slightly kind of drips off her tongue, and she kind of or out of her mouth as she like.
Here you go, Tiku.
Apologies.
Let me put this one back.
Combine the soul with the item.
Are you sure?
Yeah, we don't really need it. It's just been collecting dust. And I think it's a worthy cause.
She like kind of like looks about the cave for a moment, and you can see again a few dragon eyes have started to look over towards her, and she kind of like, ah, damn it, and kind of like bends down and bites the tip of the staff, and just
Delete.
and as soon as she swallows it, like almost in response to it, she seems to start to glow. A faint, almost gives you the idea of the impression of like fairy fire, but a little bit more of like a whitish aura that kind of seems to illuminate her skin. You watch as the sweat that seems to be pouring down her scales seems to almost evaporate in that moment of light. So for that staff, that would be for the next 30 seconds, she appears to be almost like fluorescent. She would 100% be providing light in a dark cave. As she almost starts to glow, she, for a moment, almost like looks like she's about to fall onto her back, like someone who is consumed like almost like a heavenly dish in most of your shows. And then she kind of like comes back to reality near the end of the 30 seconds.
Clothes fly off.
No. She kind of like looks about at the other dragons. Some of the dragons are almost like in like effectively like a scoff, kind of like turn their heads away. Some almost seem entranced and can no longer look away, seemingly ignoring the individuals near them. Both of you need to make charisma saving throws.
Okay.
Okay.
Is this a good thing or a bad thing?
Our first saving throw, guys. Here we
they're
go.
about to be charmed by her. She's got an AoE charm instead of AoE fear.
Would this have been happening at the same time as our conversation?
Technically, yes. Although theirs was a little bit longer.
I was like, by this
I'm
point,
just
maybe
curious
not.
if I could have seen this happen.
We'll say yes, just for the sake of this, and we'll say this is about the time that you teleport away. The save is 22.
God damn!
I don't think Tiku can pass this.
I don't think anyone could pass this other
Legendary
than Clay.
resistance, by the way.
Does it seem harmful? What did I get?
No!
Definitely did
You
not
make
make
Tiku,
it.
you make Tiku feel very good. The feeling that seems to be washing over you is very much so like you feel at home.
I got an 8.
I will not resist then. It's a 12, so...
I mean, is it
Okay.
even worth rolling? You can't pass.
Well, I can if I decide to.
In this
Well, if
moment,
you legendary resistance,
as she sits back, you see what is... She almost seems to become smaller in your eyes. She almost be like to young, to almost wormling, to defenseless. You get an overwhelming urge and sense of like duty to protect this dragon. Like you owe it your life. And like you've loved it and raised this dragon as your own. To the point that like the goals that you have, rescuing kobolds, cleansing the world of this corruption of what the current pantheon has done, seems to fade from your mind. Was it ever really important? Is anything as important as this dragon? And for a moment again, it's all you can think about before she seems to come back to that. Sorry. And as she kind of like, she reaches forward and seems to almost like tap each of you with her front leg, and the feeling goes away.
And you failed the first of the 6 challenges.
I actually debated if this was the first challenge.
She smiles and says, well, we are getting about to the point that as she kind of like almost gestures behind you guys, you see different individuals are starting to enter their different competitions. Some dragons seem to have corridors behind them that you can actually just enter further into Lone Peak. There's only one dragon that seems to eat its competitors, but they all have different varying ways. You would see you'd see Razu and Kane that seem to be used, or teleportation magic seems to teleport them away, as all these different methods to send these individuals to these different trials. For you two, she says, now, assuming you are in agreement, we must best get started.
Right. Yep. Ready to go. You ready to go, Tico?
Ready? Yep.
Oh, by the way, I am a
Totally ready.
spellcaster, so be prepared for whatever I throw out.
I would never fault someone for the abilities or the achievements they have accomplished. Feel free to use anything at your disposal.
Will do.
Including items.
Please, if you would, come with me. We must climb further up the summit. As she walks up next to you and then leans down, bringing her head low so that you guys can jump onto her neck.
All right, let's go.
Here we go.
Climb up.
I'm going to
As
die.
soon as-
Instead of flying, she just like professional climbers this.
I had to get to the overachiever party member.
As soon as you guys mount the neck of this dragon, while there's no harness or anything like that, you almost like kind of like finding a spot, find yourself extremely comfortable. And it doesn't make any sense, as effectively you're standing holding the spines on her back, but somehow it almost feels like you're laying in a cloud. It's extremely comfortable as she gets up and she actually sprints effectively out of the cave before jumping and does actually take flight.
So many G-forces right now.
No, you don't feel anything.
Oh.
In fact, it is extremely odd to you as you can hear the wind rustling by, but you can't feel Like it doesn't, like when you ride a motorcycle and you can feel the wind and almost like the different things in the air hit your face.
Some crazy spatial magic going on right now.
To the point that you can see it. As you see like rocks that get kicked up from other dragons. She's running through the cave. One almost seems to like hit the ground purposely to try and disrupt her. And some rocks seem to fling towards her. And as soon as they get within a certain proximity, they seem to just slow down and fall. In a similar fashion as the things in front of you, as you see these different aspects rapidly approach, they almost seem to slow down to where you can clearly pick out different pieces of almost even dirt and seem to slowly go past your eyes as she runs out of the cave and takes flight. And that is where we're going to go to break. Before we figure out what each of these trials are and how each of you will perform in your individual tests.
I got too big for my britches. We'll see what happens.
Why not take the Silver Dragon's trial?
Okay.
This is such a mistake.
We'll be right back. We'll be back in a bit. See ya. And we're back. All right. First of which, I apologize. I was running around. I'm out of breath. I believe Kane got inspiration. Did I see that right?
Yes.
Okay. So yes, first of which,
Clay?
courtesy.
Unfortunately not.
I'm doing great. we're doing curtsies and courtesy of Jasmine. We appreciate you. Kane has inspiration. With that, we're just going to jump right back into things, and we're going to be starting with Gurgle and Clay. As you guys jump through the maw of this dragon, or into the maw of this dragon, I should say, you are immediately met with a brutal wave of heat, to the point that you can almost immediately just feel yourself start to sweat. For you, Clay. For you, Gurgle, this is still uncomfortable, for sure. The room that you've arrived in is more so an open cavern. There is a pathway slightly on the right and the left of you, almost like very thin kind of pathways.
Is it lit?
There is lava in between the pathways. This is a very lit cavern.
Perfect.
There's a dragon that seems to be standing out of...
Is it lava or is it magma?
Sure. There is a dragon that seems to be almost mounted or standing in the lava just to your right. And then far off in the distance, there's another dragon, similar to the sentinels that you have seen on the outside of Lone Peak, almost watching over the games. There's these two dragons seem to almost be overlooking the paths in front of you. You can see not but 20 feet in front of you, off of the path a little bit, as there seems to be an individual who is burning. Very clearly, this individual is dead. You can see the skin is being burned away with like 3rd-degree burns, and they've like slightly
in the lava or on the
they've
path?
Slightly started to sink into the lava, but they're sinking exceedingly slow.
On the right or left path?
This is off of the left path,
and they fell off.
They seem to have slipped, as these paths are fairly narrow, but noteworthy, especially for you, girl, having high perception. The paths look odd. They shimmer. It's a black stone, but the way that it glows almost gives you a mossy-like impression.
They're slippery. The paths are slippery.
God damn. We've entered the depths.
We're down in the deep.
One of the dragons has a rune on his chest. It appears to be a rune of fire. The dragon across the way, while you don't quite understand why...
Like rune of fire, or just a rune that looks like fire?
This would just be an arcane rune for fire. This is not attached to rune weaving. So the dragon near you has the rune of fire, and then the dragon all the way or across the cavern, despite the distance, both of you can immediately tell has a rune for water on its chest.
So what was the first rune?
First rune is a rune of fire. Second one is a rune of water. And then you would hear in a familiar voice, almost as you enter, "Time is short, but a hint before you begin, as we must keep things fun. One room leads to life, one to death."
One rune or one room?
Rune. Your hint is that born of flame, yet friend to none. My wrath consumes till all is done. Seek me not, but what I fear, the elements that draw me near. Choose the path which rune I dread, or soon join the ashen dead.
Can you link that in the chat?
That is your only hint, and then for the sake of this, I actually do have a map for you. Go ahead.
I was just saying that apparently stream can't hear the rumbling.
Lovely. I will deal with that soon.
Can't or can?
Dangerous. I should put these minis on afterwards. All right. So, Nate, help.
Oh, now they really can't hear it.
Now they really can't hear it.
Is your audio cable just barely in there?
Is it?
Oh, that might be weighing in.
That is exactly what just happened. Let me see. All right, you'll have to let me know if you can hear that now, Jasmine. The audio cable was slightly unplugged. Okay, so for the sake of this dragon is the one that is, again, these are not like the stationary dragons. These are actually statues for both of them. This one has the rune of fire on him. This one has the rune of water on him.
Oh, couldn't the close one have water?
Effectively, you get to choose two paths. How do you want to go?
Well,
if you wish to think over your note for a moment, I can go to someone else before you actually.
I think
Start
we should
that.
go towards the water.
I think we actually should choose the fire.
No. We should go towards the water.
What's your reasoning?
Well, because water doesn't consume. Second element that draws me near. That one's definitely weird. I can't put.
It says seek me not, but what I fear, the element that draws me near. So the element that would draw you near is water. Because if I'm fire, the element that would draw me near would be water.
Why would fire be drawn to water?
It wouldn't. Water would be drawn to fire.
Why would water be drawn to fire?
Because people want to put out fire. I don't know.
It's kind of a stretch.
Maybe.
How fire be drawn to air?
Choose the path.
Well, actually, air would make sense too.
I would say it would have to be water, because choose the path whose rune I dread. Water extinguishes fire. Fire does not extinguish water.
So I'm gonna let you guys think about that for a moment. If you guys can just push your mics away while you start to think. As now we're actually gonna go to the two of you. As
very contradictory.
As you speak quietly, if you wish to continue to discuss, by all means, feel free to though. For the two of you, as he finishes this spell, you are met by a similar almost wave of uncomfortability as you went from what was a fairly nice, almost humid, tropic kind of temperatures to a instead extremely frigid and cold environment. Your sight line is low. You can barely see maybe 3, 4, 5 feet in front of you. The snowstorm that you are currently in makes your visual entirely too short. In addition to that, the biting cold, you are suddenly immediately exceedingly thankful for the cold resistance that Kane provides as it hits your skin and you watch as your feathers, similar to if you got fur wet and then froze it, your feathers seem to almost harden, stick in place. With that being the case, you hear almost like a whisper in the storm. Come, the game starts. Friends, please. And it just seems to be almost like this whisper on the wind. And then you hear a familiar voice. Make your way to the crying child. Your child will be shown to you once you reach the top. But beware, should you fall, I doubt you will ever be found. As you guys have to scale with this little bit of sightline you see, you are at the base of a mountain. Despite the extremely low visual, somehow there almost seems to be a shining light, almost like a speck in the sky. You can see what appears to be a tower, faintly lit by almost sunlight, moonlight, some artificial light. You actually can't quite tell.
All right, do the crying child then.
Can I make a perception check? Did the crying child's voice actually come from where I initially thought it came from?
It seemed to have been echoing. That said, go ahead and make a perception check to try and pinpoint the origin.
I will guidance myself.
Yeah.
Can I do a survival check and immediately start looking for tracks and any sign of...
You can, but it's going to be exceedingly difficult. You're in a very, very intense snowstorm.
21.
21. Hard to pin down. It's definitely coming from higher. Is it directly in the direction that you just saw? Hard to tell, but it's definitely higher. You definitely need to at least start to ascend the mountain.
22.
22. If there are tracks, they've been buried. In fact, the degree of snow that is falling here, your feet are rapidly getting covered.
Can I look for potential, like even when snow covers it, if someone took footsteps, you can effectively see divots.
So again, to let you know how heavy the snowfall is, and almost to the point of supernatural, you're getting like a quarter inch of snow every 6 seconds. In fact, if you stopped moving, you surmise, for maybe about a minute, you'd probably find yourself buried in snow entirely.
That's an insane amount of snow.
That is to say, tracking in this weather is actually, it would be nearly an impossibility. You'd have to be so close behind someone. Apologies, I said quarter of an inch. I meant quarter of a foot. You're getting multiple inches. Yeah, you're getting inches of snow. Again, it would bury you standing straight up within a minute should you stand still, to the point that even in this moment of like starting to analyze and decide where you're going to go, you find yourselves up nearly to your knees in snow. How do you wish to proceed?
Well,
Is the wind strong enough that I feel like flying would be a danger?
You almost like kind of in a testing, you take a little bit of a hop and the wind picks you up enough that you move half a foot. As not only is this strong enough that it would make flying exceedingly difficult, you are confident that without an extremely high athletics roll, you would be unable to fly in this weather. You would instead be tossed by the winds.
And I don't have athletics, so...
I could tie you to me, and I could hold you to the ground.
For now, that is a good idea. I'm currently thinking of alternative solutions.
Oh, then tie a rope around the two of us.
Okay. The mountain you're looking at isn't to the scale of the mountains we deal with here. The mountain you're looking at is maybe about 2,000 feet you're going up. So still very large, but surmountable apart from this storm that is happening. Every 100 feet, I'm going to require a athletics check. I will let you choose between making a single check to climb the mountain. If you do, each of you will make your own. Yours would be flying, yours would be walking. Or you can choose to make, quite literally, 20 separate rolls. Successes will result in you effectively skipping the next roll. So if you succeed, it would go down to 19. Failures will result in damage as you get lost in the storm and start to take damage from the cold.
Wait, sorry. So you're saying climbing up to the tower, there's going to be 20 checks.
Yes, and if we decide to do one roll, we would effectively have a bulk roll. You'd either take a large amount of damage, or you'd succeed to make it to the top. Or if you do individual rolls, every success will reduce your checks by 1 needed to make it to the top. So a success would take it from 20 checks total to 19, one of which you've already succeeded, so technically down to 18. Or, and just so you know, it still goes up a check every time. So if you fail, that still counts as one of your checks.
So we just have to do 20 checks. If we fail, we take damage.
20 checks if you failed every single time. If you succeeded 10 times in a row, it'd be 10.
Oh, gotcha. So a success basically counts as 2.
Could he not do dexterity?
For the sake of climbing, no. Climbing is just athletics.
Do you have an ability or concentration that you need to have?
Not currently. Although, I'm currently debating on whether or not I should transform myself into a spider.
With this, as you guys have continued to discuss at the base of this, you would take your first instance of 6 points of cold damage. Half to 3.
I would say we're traveling during this.
I did say to start going while I was discussing.
Like I was tying the rope and we're getting ready.
So you're planning on flying, and you're planning on walking? Is that what I just heard?
No. He's tying a rope to me.
I thought he was tying a rope to you, and then you were trying to fly.
We're tying.
I don't think I can fly in this with a -1 athletics.
Probably not.
Well, effectively, could my athletics add to his athletics because I'm holding him?
I would allow it, but you will be rolling with disadvantage.
Actually, you know what? We're still gonna go with the rope trick, as he's confident he can climb it.
If you're effectively trying to drag him and assist him and not making your own roll, you'll be rolling with disadvantage. And then it would... Effectively, I will let you impose disadvantage on yourself to give him advantage.
I will...
I don't need to do that.
Do you think you need your concentration?
I will need concentration, yes.
I would then cast Enhance Ability on his strength checks.
Okay. You saying you know where you're going to go? Or?
Yeah, we have a question about it.
Yeah, actually, I have a couple questions. How high is the cavern, first off?
The cavern would be... It would be about 80 feet.
Okay. And then the 2 paths. So are we talking the edges, basically? are the two paths?
You can try to jump onto the rocks if
I'm
you wish
asking,
to.
I know. I'm asking. Are the paths like the edges of the rocks essentially? Is that what you're assuming is the path?
You can. So all of these are still stone, but yes. So like anytime you see black, it is considered stone.
Right. What I'm saying is, water path would be left around the left edge of the.
Yes. So if you wanted to go to
fire
water,
path would be right around the right side.
correct. That is accurate.
Okay. And these are both. I'm assuming both paths are slightly
They're-
going upwards.
It's not even slightly. It's like upwards to the point that if you were to trip and fall, either one of you, you would start to roll back down.
And I'm thinking that there's no visual way that I can see this from where we are, because there's technically like
No,
these are walls.
it is completely open. The only thing that I couldn't do is this is all lava.
So think the edges of the arenas are the paths.
And then everything else
and
is
then
lava.
everything else is lava.
Yes.
How does spider climbing interact with ice?
You ever seen spider climb up ice?
Slip.
Yeah. It'd be the same as climbing it.
So effectively, spider climb just doesn't
It
No,
does.
it'd be the same
No,
thing.
it
It's like
does.
walking on
True.
ice.
It's just-
You can walk on ice.
might
You
slip.
might still slip.
It's just slipping when you're going up a vertical surface is a lot worse.
So
than
would that be
slipping on a
dexterity
flat
or
surface.
athletics?
Slipping on a
Or your
flat surface,
choice?
you fall on your ass. Slipping on a vertical surface, you fall.
No, spider climb, even walking, that's still going to be athletics.
Actually,
I'm gonna give you a slight hint.
Slipping is acrobatics.
I'm going to give you a slight hint. You asked him for a trial of strength and arcana. It's athletics and arcana.
Slipping is actually acrobatics mostly. Climbing is athletics. Slipping is acrobatics.
Yeah, I would agree.
Hi.
Man, I don't have a good
If you're
constitution.
making him roll to slip,
Well,
But you
firstly,
could give him
the first
disadvantage
20
on
checks are
both.
just.
No, true. So if you actually use spider climb, then if you use spider climb, then you could change this strength check into a dexterity check.
no, because he's still climbing. So it's still athletics because
Yeah.
he's climbing. It's
There's
just
just no
he has to
slippery.
roll a slip check.
Oh,
So the slipping part of it, so if you make him roll a saving throw to slip, that's what is now acrobatics.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yes.
So he still
So
has to
yes, it
climb.
would still be athletics.
Yeah, he still has to climb, which would be athletics. But if you slip,
I thought
or
spider
you
climb just
fail-
removed the
Well,
entire
he
check.
wouldn't have to take that athletics check because of the
I would-
spider climb.
Yeah.
He would just have to make the slip and acrobatics.
Yeah, he would no longer be climbing. He would just be walking at his pace, and then he would be rolling to slip if he had spider climb.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Anyway, so with ours, and I can tell one of the paths is not glossy, one of them is glossy.
No, all of it is glossy.
All of it is glossy, and even the rocks are glossy,
Correct.
So they're all slippery.
presumably. So.
They all have something odd about them.
Can I test it with 1 foot? Like, can
May
walk
I
up
make
the
a
edge, test it
religion
with
check
1
to
foot?
see?
To see if it's slippery or if it's glossy.
Okay. You wanted to make a religion check to see what?
I want to determine. I don't even know. It'd probably be an arcana check to determine what is making them slippery.
I would actually say nature.
Nature.
So I'm also going to be rolling.
No, you are. Yeah, actually, yeah. Still, you're just actively testing it.
6.
As you kind of like reach down, gurgle, and you start to feel it. It's smooth. It's not. It seems glossy, and while you got the interpretation of slippery, it likely would be, but that is because it'd be like trying to balance and walk on obsidian. It is smooth to a point that So the reason I say obsidian is there's two points to this. First of which, it's smooth enough that it'd be easy to slip on. Second of which, with the nature of obsidian, with the different points and edges that it's come to, it's sharp. Even if you hit the stone, falling on this would like slice you up. To the point that you would be moving cautiously if you were not trying to cut yourself on this.
And then just to reiterate, the goal is to get to the artifact, but we don't know where the artifact is. We cannot see it currently.
Correct. So the one other thing that I did fail to mention, I apologize. So I believe this one just comes to the edge of the map. That one is that black room. Those are 2 cave entrances that even from the distance that you're at, as it all is kind of up at an angle, which is causing the lava to almost like flow downwards towards you. These two cave entrances seem to almost immediately kind of curve off into their own almost rooms. Hard to know if it continues on the path and it's longer, or if those are the two destinations from where you are. But
Two kind of final questions. So first off, I don't see anybody else in the room besides the burning guy.
apart from the one individual that would be burning, like right here, no. He seems to have fallen off the path.
Right then, based on that?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, that's all I need to know.
Okay.
I would say we're gonna go water.
Okay, so you're gonna be going left.
We're gonna go water.
So hold that thought for a moment.
Do you have freedom movement or something similar? Basically, something that makes you immune to difficult terrain.
Yes.
Yes.
Spell.
No, I was gonna cast freedom of movement on you.
You have a freedom. You can cast freedom of movement.
It's a spell.
It's fourth
Nate
level.
can cast
There's
it.
no
Fourth
way
level?
he could cast a fourth level spell.
No, it's kinetic jaunt.
That's one instance.
It's
Freedom
actually
of movement
not.
lasts an
It's
hour.
for a minute.
Doesn't
But
somebody have a freedom of movement ring?
We did last campaign.
No, I think we had one this campaign.
Yes, but that person also died.
That was the snake guy, though. We took all of his gear, so would somebody have
All of
No.
Rickshaw's equipment was collected.
Yeah,
Rickshaw,
that's
we collected
correct.
Rickshaw's gear.
Well, then who has it?
we have a ring of freedom of
We have
movement.
a freedom
Based on the
of
fact that none of you guys have it equipped, it's in the necklace.
I was gonna say it's true.
Holy shit! I'm equipping that next time. The answer is no. I thought kinetic jaunt did it. No, it doesn't.
In a similar fashion, as you guys don't 100% know what you're going to do, we're going to give you...
It's just about to.
Oh, okay.
Alright, I'm going to drop my draconic form, casting freedom of movement at 5th level on both of us. So what freedom movement does, for the duration, the target's movement is unaffected by difficult terrain, and spells and other magical effects can neither reduce the target's speed nor cause the target to have the paralyzed or restrained condition. You also have a swim speed equals to your speed, but that's not useful. And then, after casting freedom of movement, I would then cast polymorph on myself to polymorph into a ice spider queen. Which a ice spider queen basically has resistance to cold, spider climb, a cold aura, and yeah, that's basically what. Oh yeah, blind sight of 10 feet is what I was also using it for. And then I basically use that combined with the rope to climb.
Turn it into an ice spider.
Okay. And then are you guys going to want to do a single roll to climb the mountain,
right?
or...
Polymorph?
Yes. At least I'm pretty sure.
I'm personally partial to a single check.
It's an hour.
You want to do a single check?
I apologize. I was looking through beasts to try and find one that was immune to cold, but there isn't one. Single check is just one person rolling to see if we both succeed.
No, you'd both roll, and it would effectively be a group check
You're
using
doing
only
the
the two of
bulk
you.
roll instead of one at a time, basically. So you just roll it all at once, and then you see how many you succeed and how many you
I would also allow you to split it up in 4. So I'll allow individual rolls, 4, so batches of 5, or... So, like, if you do the batches of 5, it'd be up to 4 rolls, but if you succeed, each one will take off a batch of 5. Or you can do 20, there'd be 20, 4, or 1. How do you want to do it?
I'm okay with the 5s, the chunks of 5.
Okay.
Would being
Okay.
an ice spider give me any benefit at all? Because technically my stats are still shit.
I'm not going to lie, I need to pull up an ice spider.
I have a dex of 3, but I do have spider climb.
Give me just one moment to pull up an ice spider. Wait, you have a dex of 3, you said?
Modifier of 3, so 16.
Oh, I was like, you can't move.
And also, if spider climb actually works, it'd probably be better. Well, I mean, when I inevitably concentration breaks because I only have a +2 to concentration checks, and with polymorph is annoying but true, it probably is better to have me keep advantage on strength. So.
You would still have to make the slip check, but you would not have to make the athletics check to climb. So yours would be acrobatics.
So with spider climb, knowing that, could I not cast it on him because he doesn't need it? And
Again.
did you what did you get advantage on when with your pond?
With my
Bath.
wisdom.
You got wisdom.
Wisdom.
And instead, because he's doing that, give him advantage on dexterity.
So I still think the strength is a good idea because I'm almost guaranteed to lose concentration on the ice spider climb because I only have +2 to con. Or actually, I use I have a +1 to con to maintain concentration because.
But if we don't fail, we don't take damage.
I have a +3. It's
But
up
you
to
have
you.
advantage.
It's your spell.
Yeah.
It's your spell. You do
Just so you know, you will be having to make a. Are you using spider climb as well?
No.
Then you will have to be both making an athletics and an acrobatic check every time. Acrobatics will be for you individually to see if you're slipping. Athletics is for the group. He does spider climb, so he skips the athletics.
Because you're on
Okay.
ice. Because you're
Okay.
on ice.
So for the sake of this, to see how long it takes you guys to get to the tower, what actually happens, go ahead and make your first rolls.
And
Athletics
so-
to start, or acrobatics and athletics.
So we're doing one roll for a set of 5.
Yes.
So is he doing the acrobatics and I'm doing athletics?
You're both doing.
So you have
You
to
have
make
2 rolls.
checks.
He has 1.
You're making an athletics and an acrobatics check. I'm
Just do acrobatics first. We'll do acrobatics on both of you, and then you can roll your athletics.
29.
Okay.
Acrobatics, not athletics.
That was the acrobatics.
Athletics.
Okay.
Okay, and you got an 18.
Acrobatics.
It's not
That was-
athletics.
I was told to do my athletics check.
I said
Oh.
just roll the acrobatics together so that we can streamline a little bit.
Then I have advantage.
From what?
I'm just a barbarian. Barbarians just get it.
They get
When-
advantage
while
on dex.
raging,
No,
yes,
they
changed
just
it.
No,
get
it's just you
While
straight.
raging,
Yeah,
if
but
you
it
get
is only on
strength.
saving throws. So is this a saving throw?
No.
This is not a saving throw.
It's
This is a
dex-based
straight check.
checks as well, I'm pretty sure.
It's not. It is on saving throws. It's danger sense. It only works on saving throws. Very familiar with barbarians.
I don't have Razu because Nate still didn't add Razu.
I mean, I also
he is.
have
He's
it.
just an unadded character. You just have to scroll down.
I told you to claim Razu.
I have him claimed. He is claimed.
This just needs to update.
Advantage on dex saves. Yep. Pull is correct.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, it
I
does.
play a
It
lot
just
of
needs to
barbarian.
update.
I also have 2 levels in barbarian.
Yeah, you do not have advantage on this. What was the first roll?
Yeah.
It's dope. 14.
14 is a slip, actually. I also need your athletics, because if you fail your athletics, you guys are tied together, and it will cause both of you to fail.
So, are we not averaging our roll to a 16? Because I got an 18, he got a 14. 16? I thought that's what group checks did.
So-
He did slip, and he can pull you down with him.
Yeah, so effectively, I apologize. This is different from how I do most group checks. This is each of you have to pass, and if one of you fail, they pull the other one down. That said,
'Cause you're
because you
tied.
succeeded, you will not be.
Wait, hold on.
taking
What if
damage.
he gets to make a strength save to see if he can hold his weight?
I would actually allow that if you want to make your own athletics check,
to see if he can hold his weight.
because that's the problem. Is he failed?
This is gonna go so well.
Hey, listen, I'm trying to help them. They're gonna fall.
Okay, and now I need your athletics check as well.
So if he falls, then he cannot hold your weight. That's what that roll was for.
I need the athletics check to determine how far you're going. Athletics check, Nathaniel.
Argument, I cannot be moved. I have a chain.
What do you mean you can't be moved because you're chained?
He's saying yes. The
My
chain
chain
of the-
weighs more than the wind could push.
No, it doesn't.
But that's not. That's you're.
These winds are
You're
special
climbing.
winds.
You're climbing also, but you're climbing up. You're sliding down because you failed the sled. It doesn't
So,
matter.
I'm sorry, I'm not
Your
understanding.
chain
What's the
is-
athletics check for?
To
you're
see if you
climbing.
actually slipped. I need to know if
'Cause
you
you're-
went up or if you're still where you are.
Because you're climbing.
Okay, that is a 17 plus,
Even if we failed the check, we'd still go up.
25.
So you are. So that still counts as your first batch of 4. But
So isn't it more like so he's climbing and then like you try to grab something and then you slip?
effectively, yes.
Yeah. So you're still holding on probably with one hand.
Understanding, but we're not at the tower
Okay.
yet.
But if you
Correct.
fail your athletics, then you slide the whole way.
That is going to be 14 points of cold damage, which
Half
does
to
get
7.
half to 7.
So if you fail both of them,
Now
you
go ahead and make your
you
next
slide
check.
down.
That was just to him?
That was just to him, yes.
So the slip is the damage, but we still went
Yeah.
up 5 turns?
You are still climbing. But effectively failing here results in damage.
And the athletics is if you moved or not.
Correct.
I failed. 14.
So this is still acrobatics. This is 16.
It's a failure on you. That's a success on you.
The fuck you mean?
I'm a spider, I guess?
Well, I mean, it's also ice. It's
Athletics check.
Alrighty.
I guess my check is easier because of ladder climb. That's the only thing.
35.
35. Okay. So you are climbing, but again,
Oh, I need a strength check to see if I can hold him. 18.
Does an 18 hold me?
it is going to make you take a quarter damage rather than full damage, and this one's actually a lot higher, so that's good. So it's 44 points of cold damage, which is going to get quartered to 11.
The fuck you mean?
Also worth noting, as you guys are climbing and you almost like losing your footing a little bit, but you're still able to move and climb, and like the wind isn't quite as bad. For some reason though, as you kind of like look and you see Razu slip and you look down, you just look at the snow by Razu and it is turbulent. It is obvious that Razu is getting battered by this storm in a way that you are not.
Huh.
Okay, with that was
all right. I'm going to. We are
roll.
doing checks. I'm going to have the immovable rod on me, and if I start falling, I click the rod.
I would say yes, but that would also result in the check not moving you. So I said that each time you will actually go a check, you are now forcing yourself not to move to save yourself.
We're not taking you're not taking damage, but we're not progressing.
You're taking more time, which is not important for any reason at all.
Because damage totally isn't scaling or something.
That again, that would definitely work though. With that, go ahead and make it roll again. Acrobatics on both of you.
Are you using it?
We're gonna hold off for one more climb.
Okay, so do try and go a little bit quick through rolls.
Another 14.
19?
Success and a success.
Holy shit! If you said
Athletics.
that, I'm like, I can't succeed this.
I need an athletics. This is 3. You only got one more after this, as long as this succeeds.
Ooh, lower one. 21.
21 is still a success. Last roll. Acrobatics on both of you.
21.
17.
Failure.
Tactical mind. 21.
Oh, I'm like technically
21 is
not
also a failure.
Is this better, Jasmine?
Fuck you mean that's a failure?
Okay, so that is one more instance. However, this would result in you getting the top. I do not actually. I need athletics as well. Don't double fail.
27.
Okay, you didn't double fail.
Oh, strength check technically.
Oh, true. You could save him if you roll very high.
8.
It's not high enough. Are you serious? I'll just have you know. 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 3, 3, 4. And then there's some other dice in there, but that is so low.
I shouldn't be concerned that you're rolling that many die, and 4 is a low roll, which means they're not small dice.
Remember what I said to you on break?
30 10s.
This is gonna go great.
That's 32 points of cold damage, which is again going to be halved down to 16.
Oh my god.
With that, you make it to the tower.
You're at the tower.
you
now.
You're
You
at
gotta
the
climb
base
it.
of the tower.
Base of the tower? Oh, wait a second.
Did I forgot to did our freedom of movement provide any benefit at all?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Very much.
Just making sure.
You guys were going to be getting stuck frequently if like on any there was definitely a lot of additional complications that could happen that due to your preparation you were able to avoid. Okay. With that, switch back over to this so I can tell you guys what you guys are seeing. Oh, one. That's why. There we are. Okay. As soon as you get to the tower, there is no door at the base, but again you hear a voice above you. Just a little higher. Make sure to read the inscription though. You're not going to get to see it again. Don't forget. As in front of you on the stone, and I will not be putting this in chat for you guys. In front of you on the stone, I will say...
He can remember it, though.
No, he doesn't have a perfect memory. He can mimic things that he remembers. He does not have a perfect memory.
Does not have keen
Oh,
mind.
it's not the same as keen mind.
No.
I
Okay.
immediately pull out a piece of paper.
Do you have a piece of paper?
You pull out a piece of paper and it instantly rips. The wind just takes it off. Okay, with this, I
Take a
will
piece of
repeat
paper
this
out of
for
your
you.
inventory.
I will repeat it for you up to 3 times, and then as well, I will say it to you. I will go to them. I will come back to you. I will say it again, and then you'll have one more instance that I'll repeat it to you before you get to the top. Okay, the inscription is simple. It is written in common. It says, "Only when fire is fed, stone is grounded, wind is calmed, and water flows freely, shall the path open." That is the first time. Now we're gonna go to you guys.
Us?
Yes. Okay, now, sorry, I need to switch back over to it. I probably should have done 2, not 3. Is what it is.
I should swap this easier.
Good luck, Tiku.
All right. Oop, that was abrupt.
So
As she jumps out of the cavern with the two of you and takes flight, almost like you've hit a barrier or an illusion in the air. Rather than soaring up, you soar straight forward, and you can see the air in front of you seems to ripple for a moment before you hit it. And again, expecting an impact as you see, oddly again, you can see the wind. You can see almost like the pieces of dirt being carried on it, the rocks. You see everything almost get pushed out, like you've just entered a vacuum of some kind. You can hear both slight sounds of wind, the bubbling of magma, the almost roar, or I better said cries of what sounds to be baby dragons. You can hear the crackling of what thought to be stone, perhaps eggs breaking. Can't quite place it. And you can't see. Everything is currently dark. You've entered a pitch black arena. As you start to look around, you hear a bell. And then you hear a familiar voice. This trial should be fairly simple in task, that is. And apologies for the atmosphere. It's hard to pull a place where I can put everything together, so I had to take you to my own. Think of it as my house. With that said, almost like in a flash, you can see that you're looking at a moat, a small moat, or better to say river of lava in front of you. And then what appears to be, it gives you the impression of a volcano. As you look at it, it seems impossibly large. And then, I'm going to switch off of this so it's not so bright in my face. That one's also bright. It seems impossibly large, but then in a moment you realize it's not terribly large. You might be able to scale this very quickly and get to the top of this. I can't switch off, so I need to read it. As soon as you almost like kind of take in this almost volcano, this mountain in front of you is the only thing you can see. She again says to you, "This trial is simple. There is a slight twist to it, but you simply must make it to the top and ring the bell. As long as you're able to ring the bell, you will pass this portion." What are you doing? Are you just trying to turn down brightness? He is trying to turn down brightness. It's a good idea, because that was blinding. With that, you again hear the bell. And you suddenly find yourself with a hammer in your hand, Tiku. You as well, Zephyr. How do you wish to proceed?
And it's still black.
It is still black, apart from the volcano directly in front of you, and
I will apologize. I was focusing on the contrast thing. I missed part of that.
There's a volcano in front of you.
Volcano.
It seemed impossibly large, but almost after a moment, it almost looked to like shrink to where maybe only a few hundred feet that you'd have to climb. You heard a bell, and then in addition to that, as you look towards the top, you can also see what is a large bell. In fact, as you start to think about it, you're pretty far away. That bell looks really, really big. And a hammer appeared in your hands, and you were told that your task was simply to go ring the bell.
Tiku, how good of a shot are you?
Pretty decent. I don't know if I can throw that far, though. I can't even tell how
At
far
this point,
it
again,
is.
you would be a couple hundred feet away.
Can't throw that far.
A longbow has a range of 300 feet.
I have a hammer.
You don't have a longbow?
Not right now, I don't, apparently.
What do you wish to do?
We just gotta ring it, right?
We gotta make our way that way, I think.
As soon as you start, or sorry, did I hear that you guys are actually moving forward?
Not quite yet. Hang on. I
Oh,
want
no.
to try. I want to try it. I'm looking at a thing real quick. Sorry. Oh, just gotta scroll through things.
Okay, so for the
Alright, do
sake
I
of
have
this,
any equipment on me?
yes, you have all your gear.
We'll attempt moving forward.
I'll grab out the rope and hand it to Zephyr.
I think we should tie ourselves together so we don't lose ourselves in the dark.
I'm sensing a reoccurring theme. It is so much darker in here than it is on stream.
It's actually kind of surprising. Like, it looks good on stream.
Considering how dark it is, yeah.
Okay. I'll go first. Stay right behind me.
I'm gonna start trying to make my way towards the bell. Is the river like
Did
going?
we unplug this?
Oh.
Oh
unplug
yeah, we
this?
did.
No, go for it.
We did, but he'll turn it
The
on
remote's,
in a
the
minute.
remote's definitely working. We should plug that back in because that would also light up the board. Wow!
Oh God!
Strobing.
Oh, that is shit on the fucking.
Dude, the remote's not responding. We might have to mess with that a little bit later.
You just gotta do it over.
No, I turned it off because we were having some kind of a freaking
Dude,
light
that
show.
kind of looked cool on the stream, not gonna lie.
We have potty.
Hey, you gotta turn it red.
Gotta go red.
Oh, it's so bad.
It literally points right at the camera, though, so I was just blue.
I am just blue in that. You have to turn it red, and then we'd have to turn it further down. It might not be the best idea to use it right now. Even though it lights up the board really
I
nicely.
feel like the other problem is whatever color it is, your screen is just gonna be that.
Actually,
color.
no, red works fine.
I was gonna say, that makes him look even more, like, gloomy.
It looks white, but because we're in a red room, it looks white.
Oh, is that red? I thought it was white. I was like, that's a problem. Okay, that kind of works because now we can actually kind of see the board and it doesn't look terrible on stream. Okay, sorry about that.
No, it actually looks
Photosensitive
like
seizure
lava.
warning. A little bit late. There it is. Okay, as you two approach this river of lava, which again, this time opposite. It seemed fairly small, like you'd be able to go across. But as you approach it, you realize this river of lava is 10, 20, now 100, now 200 feet wide. You don't immediately know how you might cross it. But then in a moment, almost like bubbles, but a little bit more solid, stone platforms seem to rapidly rise from the lava. And then there is now many paths that you could take to cross this. Stones that you can jump across. Dozens upon dozens of different ways to approach.
Okay, Zephyr, I think you got to get on me. I don't think you could jump across that by yourself, can you?
You're gonna have to toss me.
That's sweet.
How far across does it look?
Hundreds of feet right now.
Hundreds of feet.
The river of lava is 300 feet across. Seem to have, again, almost expanded as you approached. The mountain seems to continue to shrink, but the river got larger.
Okay. We're going to try to make this a little easier on you. Sorry, I was looking for spells. I have too many spells now. It's going to be... You have the dex bath thing, right?
Yep.
Okay. Thinking athletics. What do you think?
I'm gonna let you guys think about that for a little
I
bit.
would say
We're gonna go back to Gurgle
Yeah.
and Mr. Clay Beekman.
Do I know if it? So first off, the layout of this I need some clarification on because I'm a little confused. How could I jump across the
Am I the clay
rocks
now?
and go up? Does that mean the river is coming towards us?
Mm-hmm.
The lava is. So where is it going?
Well, technically,
after
since
it
this
comes
is
towards us.
below
So-
ground, it's magma.
Right.
Behind you, the magma continues to go. In fact, as you look back,
Here we go, guys.
dozens upon dozens of feet backwards. Actually, I think with the red it was fine, but
You think
that
lower?
works. I think it was better before because we actually have the ability to see it. But
Oh shit.
that's cheating, Jasmine.
She literally said it was cheating.
Okay,
By the way, Nate, you need to remember the second half because I got the first half down.
Mr. Clay and Mr. Clay and
Yeah.
Gurgle.
So
how are we?
it's,
How are we
like,
proceeding?
It's like a lava river that keeps going down, and we're just on a platform.
Yes.
Okay.
You're effectively on a large stone platform.
So then, would I be able to deduce whether it's going to be easier to just climb the walls or to walk across the platforms?
It would be faster to go across the platforms and probably safer to go along the walls.
We'll just go across. We'll just go across it.
Okay.
So I'm gonna giant smite, and then I'm gonna have him jump on my back.
Okay. So giant smite. So you're going up to large.
Big gurgle.
Okay.
So now I'm riding Gurgle.
For the sake of this, I will put you here. You are on Gurgle.
And then we're just gonna try and get to that cave as quick as we can. Okay. So for the sake of this, I'm actually just gonna because my character would not care for a small path or a rock, so he's just gonna jump across because it's gonna be quicker. And I don't think it'll be any more difficult.
You're jumping from here to where?
I mean, if there's a path, we'll jump to the path. If there's a rock, jump to a rock. Just like
So you're just
we're
trying
just
to like
leapfrogging across.
Just
So
straight line it,
just
basically.
leapfrogging?
yeah, we're going
What is
straight
your-
to the path.
What is your long?
25 feet.
Hopefully he does not break.
I have a standing long jump with no running, just 25 feet.
Okay, so that would be halved because you're only large,
So
and you
that'd
are
be
carrying somebody.
13.
I will cast Freedom of Movement, which will remove all movement restrictions.
I don't believe that
That would
applies
not
to
reduce-
encumbered. It would apply to
But it's
anything
not
like
encumbered.
if
I wouldn't be encumbered. 'Cause I'm large and he's not. I'm not dragging him. He's just riding.
And also his
It-
carry
it's
capacity
still-
is doubled.
I believe that it's still half movement when you're carrying another individual.
I think so,
You
yes.
said
That's
I
only
think
when
you
they're
said-
grappled.
I think you said it was carrying capacity. What I thought.
I would say it's only halved if they resist you. So if you grapple
Yeah, if I'm
them.
dragging somebody, it's half movement.
I'm just double checking right now.
But if you can just straight up carry their weight and not be encumbered and they just let you do it, I would say you could just.
Okay, nope, you're right. It's not. So it would not be encumbered to you. That said, I will be requiring athletic checks for Mr. Clay Beekman to hold on as you are jumping 25 feet in the air and then
I mean,
landing.
I'll also help
I
him
will-
by attaching him as well.
I will use a bonus action to channel divinity.
Okay.
Giving himself
we
advantage.
can rope him in as well. I know that that's not going to fully eliminate it,
To
but maybe
activate
it'll
my
give him a plus.
Peerless Athlete ability, which gives me advantage on athletics and acrobatics
You
checks for
can't
an
fail
hour.
a 12 Constitution, right?
Okay.
Save.
I mean, I could if I rolled low enough.
So with that, each instance,
Well, technically, if you're touching my skin, you have to pass a 12
5.
Constitution save.
Like, I'm a paladin.
so this would maybe.
As long as you can pass the 12 Constitution save, you don't get poisoned.
Okay, so as you technically effectively have spider climb Gurgle, you would not have to be making athletic checks for this either. However, you do still need to make slip checks.
Do I need to
would
make that?
You are athletics to hold on.
How
You are acrobatics Gurgle to not slip.
many do you want?
Holy shit.
We're gonna
I'm
be
gonna
going
use my
as-
inspiration to re-roll that.
It's also how hard is the check as it is because he has.
Jesus.
If it's like a 20, he can't fail.
I need to know yours first, Gurgle.
20.
20. You are good. That's the best one. And then your athletics.
3.
You rolled 3 times.
Can I hold him in?
Yep. But I used inspiration, and the inspiration die was not one.
Oh no!
But didn't you have advantage because it's kind of divinity?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
All of
Yikes.
that is still a 3?
When
Okay.
the universe says, fuck you!
So, Gurgle, here's where I want just want me to tell you what you do. You jump, your first one, you've tied him in, you're kind of ready. You hit, the rope isn't quite as tight as you want, and Clay was, I would say he relied a little bit too much on the rope. as it hits, the rope shifts, not quite undoing, but to the point that when you hit the ground, Clay is fleeing towards the lava. He likely will not fall off of your back.
Yoink him.
Action feather fall for a single instance.
I mean, it'll last a minute.
Yeah, I would say that it would work to where he like flings down to where like it's clear that his head, almost like a kid that was riding
Make an
piggyback.
acrobatics reaction to keep
You don't need to. A feather fall is just a reaction. It's just how it works. But almost like a
Well,
kid
I'm
that you
saying
would be giving a
'cause I would
backpack.
still have to grab him.
This is true. Hold that thought for a second. What is happening?
I don't know.
Seizure warning number 2.
Dude, this might be a terrible idea.
I don't know. That's kind of a cool effect.
It's kind of a cool effect, but it's not in place.
Like I was watching on the Twitch.
Okay,
Except for the dungeon master, it just turns fucking white.
Danger, danger.
Like, and then it starts lightning. And the
All right, chill. We don't want
Flash
that.
warning.
But again, much like a child that you had on your back, and they fling off of you to where you're just holding their legs. That's the kind of feeling you get as Clay Beekman swings towards the lava. You are able to, with your reliable talent, you couldn't roll low enough anyways. You are able to feather fall and reach out and catch him. However, not before you notice something disturbing about the lava, as what appears to be
It's
a gout of lava initially.
It's actually magma.
Cooks him. before,
Actually-
like, cooks his.
as what appears to be a small lava elemental almost like reaches up out, despite the fact that you catch him, it reaches up and like just grabs his arm, searing into the flesh. I need a Constitution saving throw from Clay.
You got this, Clay.
Son of a bitch.
Does he have this?
You get a +5 for yourself, right?
Okay, so
Maybe
15.
15 is a success. So you would take.
What effect do you mean 15? I rolled a 21.
This is damage. I think he's still taking half.
You are taking half of 21 points of fire damage.
Well, I'm already resistant.
So that would be halved again, down to 5. Okay. With that, as soon as you land, you kind of like look back towards the creature, and just as quickly as it seems to reach out and grab, it falls back into the lava.
Magma.
That's pleasant.
With that being the case, though, actually, because you were catching him and he was also there, would mean that you were in range of it as well. So you would also need to make a Constitution saving throw, as it would also be able to reach out and touch you, as it touches all adjacent targets.
For the court, tell us where the magma creature touched you.
On my legs. Right here.
Sorry, guys.
Bro, what
Chill,
is
Kayla.
going
Stop
on?
messing with it so much. Just leave it. It was fine.
I was trying to
Is it an attack?
No, this is an environmental effect.
Well,
I'm interpreting it as like lava
21
elementals.
for my
but-
con save.
Okay, so you take half of freaking 14 damage because I rolled even lower. So it'd be half of 14 down to 7, which would be halved again to 3.
Wait. It was a fire check and it's not dex?
Correct. This is dealing with the heat. Okay, so you're again jumping. Do you
Unpleasant.
want to try and diagonal jump, or are you going across the way?
We're straight lining.
So
Whatever's
doing
shortest. Whatever's the shortest path to get to the water cave.
20, 25, that would work. Okay, I need another athletics check from Clay Beekman to hold on, as well as a acrobatics from Mr. Gurgle.
Can I give him an ad because I'm grabbing him? I'm holding him on.
I will allow the same thing as I said before. I will allow you to oppose disadvantage on yourself to give him advantage.
I already have advantage because of my Peerless Athlete. That lasts an hour.
Yeah, it just ain't gonna make a difference.
It really isn't. Since the highest I rolled on advantage, it was a 6.
So
-1.
advantage is typically a +5, which is going to be your average on a D10. I would let you give yourself disadvantage to let him add a D10 to his rolls. So you want to do that? Okay, so you're going to roll with disadvantage, which means you get to roll a D10 with your check, adding it.
These dice hate me today.
He about to roll a 1.
You son of a biscuit. Not even lying.
What's the total?
6.
Yeah, total of 6.
What'd you get, Gurgle?
20.
Okay, and then so that's 2 failed checks. So that is he's still good. That would again effectively a similar thing happens though. Again, Clay almost kind of
He's
falling.
under a featherfall effect the whole time, though. By
He
the way,
is.
I thought Featherfall ends as
Featherfall
soon
hits
as
everybody.
It's a minute.
It lasts a minute, but it ends as soon as you
Touch the ground.
stabilize, as soon as you are no longer falling.
Is that? Dude, that's
it's
very.
basically like as soon
It
as you
says that
touch
right
the
in the
ground,
spell.
which I feel like someone grabbing you would be counted as touching the
I
ground.
100% agree.
That's how the Featherfall spell works.
If that is the case, you would have to featherfall him every time.
I don't have the spell
it ends early if they touch the ground or stop falling.
They are without a doubt correct. Featherfall would not be in effect on this one, unless you want to use another instance of it.
You
You have
could
another
be
instance of
jumping and
Featherfall you'd
hold
like to use?
actioning to grab him. Slide of hand or something.
I mean, is it harder to grab him if I don't use the featherfall?
Yes. Effectively, how I'm interpreting this, just so you know, is if you choose to grab him, you're splitting the damage with him. So instead of all of it hitting Clay, it is being split between the two of you.
I'll featherfall him again.
Okay, so that would be worth noting. This second time you get closer to the lava, it's bigger. This almost fire elemental or this gout of magma that launches up at you is about twice the size. Need another Constitution saving throw from both of you.
Don't fail. Apparently these
26
shits
for me.
fucking double every time.
It's not a double.
You do have a +5 from Clay, just to remind you.
Oh yeah, mine's 31 then.
31 is definitely a success. Athletics, Mr. Clay Bigman.
13.
Con save, I thought.
Oh, say yes. Constitution saving throw for this. Apologies.
Yeah, 13.
13 is actually a success with this one.
The fuck you mean a 13's?
Yes, your mutagens made it harder.
That's not fair. That's not even a potion. You can't even consider that a potion. It's a poison.
Okay, so that is 28 points of fire damage, which will be quartered to 7 for each of you. Okay, and then we got another one. 25, 5, 10, 15, 28, 25. This time we'd not be able to jump. Need another acrobatics and athletics.
Yeah, eventually, one of these days, these dice are going to actually make me.
Add your
I don't
D10.
believe you.
20,
At the D10.
20 and 19 for me.
The
This guy's
stare
got some-
of just
this guy's got
pure
some bad luck right
bullshittery.
This guy's got some bad luck right now.
So, 7 minus 1 is 6.
God damn it.
This guy's got some bad luck right now. He's got some bad juju.
I
Might
just
need
dragged
some
him into
new
a
dice.
strength challenge.
This is
What'd
how
you-
I feel. I just have polymorphs to assist.
Gurgle succeeded.
Apparently you're a
Are we
nice
feather
spider
falling
queen
again?
and You Gucci. You succeeded on a
You
fucking
go,
7.
girl.
Follow him again. Yeah.
I'm about to fucking drop my concentration. You succeed on a 7. You don't need me. Yeah.
That
Don't
is
succeed on this.
45 quartered
You did. You
to
succeeded on
11.
an 8.
I succeeded on
Oh, actually, sorry.
14.
I actually need Constitution
That was
saving
the
throws
lowest
to
I
know
rolled.
before it's quartered. So it is 45 damage.
That's not one.
That's,
What the fuck?
24 for me.
that's a success. That means 11 to Gurgle and 22 to
John
Mr. Clay.
counterweighted his dice because he hates Clay and wants to dynamically get a new character.
Brother,
Oh my
struggling.
goodness. Okay. In addition to that, as soon as you guys hit, again, another lava or seemingly fire elemental, again, rising in size as it seems to get bigger each time a failure is made.
Jesus, it's getting big so fast.
As
what she
this
said.
bursts out, in addition to that, this elemental bursts out and effectively almost, it's more of, again, like a gout of magma that comes up and hits you. But in addition to that, you can see a humanoid individual who seems almost trapped in this gout of magma. As soon as it bursts from the lava, he reaches out and says, "Please, I don't have long help," as he reaches out his hand to you. Do you wish to just move forward and jump?
Insight.
Just keep in mind, is an action, again, for no particular reason, would make it like take longer. Carry on.
Can you
Well,
not
I mean,
do like
passive
passive
insight. I have
insight?
20. I have a 20 passive insight.
So you're just, if you're just doing passive, this is a desperate individual. He's very clearly dying and trapped in this gout of magma. It seems that if you fully fall into the lava, it works like a prison cell. This person is sturdy, but he's burning and can't get out.
Is Gurgle a nice person?
Sure. I'll break him out.
Okay. As you turn, you reach out, you take his hand.
How much weight would both of these people weigh combined? Would I be able to
as
carry
this
them both?
individual is a Luxodon? No.
Goddamn.
That was some pertinent information before we decided
to help him
grab
out.
This Luxodon, this is probably like a 600-pound individual.
He's fucking cooked. Well, let's move along, Gurgle. I'm already at half health.
All right, decision time. Do we want to help the Luxodon?
Gurgle would still help him out. Gurgle's too nice. Sorry, Clay.
Okay,
Clay's
I need
this fucking guy.
So this is
grapple.
He lets me get shot in the back.
because again, this is an environmental effect. This is just a check.
This is why we like the goddess of wisdom.
Athletics of 22
Is
to
it
pull him out.
athletics to break it?
Yes.
It's still breaking a grapple though. The reason this is specific is because I have a feat that gives me advantage on grapple.
We're not allowed to help others.
You would have advantage, yes. I would give you advantage on this for sure.
Gurgle's doomed us.
DC 22 to pull this man out.
Why are we not allowed to help others?
It doesn't. You're driving. Carry on.
Too late.
Make your roll.
Too
Make
late.
your roll.
24.
24. Okay, so as you reach out, you take his hand and you pull him out. You are successfully able to, as he gets pulled from the lava, kind of like falls to his knees on the ground. He reaches up next to you. You see his trunk has been seared and burned to the point that like it's clear that there's a good like third of his trunk that is just missing. Whether it was crushed and then burned, it seems to be almost cauterized shut. He's got third-degree burns all down the side of his face, as you would hear almost echoing throughout the cave, just a. As the individual looks up and he says, "Thank you. This child. This is a mistake." And as he takes a step up, you watch as this particular stone dragon seems to come alive, flies over, and he's like thanking you. This still stone, almost gargoyle-like dragon just, and there's not but his shins left on the ground as blood starts to drip down from this dragon's mouth. It looks towards you and says, "Rules broken." And then you hear like a, and you kind of like quickly taking a glance around, at which point it would proceed back. You see from where you were, from this entrance and from this entrance, a green mist starts to and spread into the cavern.
From the entrances, from
each
the
of the different entrances. In addition to that, this gout of magma, and again this similar gout of magma, almost like bubbles popping. You start to get the idea of you start to see almost like black mist that starts to burst and bubble from the lava in a similar fashion. And another would appear.
Another
one would appear.
Elemental.
And another one. And the last one.
Elementals popping up everywhere.
As the reason I said that depends on what you do, now you need to roll initiative. As rules now broken.
Now I get in that 20.
Rules now broken. The gouts of lava seem to come alive, forming into full lava elementals that are starting to approach. With that, I'm actually going to hold on that. I will take the we'll do the turn order real quick just so we don't forget, because I know you said you got a nat 20. Remember to beat it's a 15.
Yeah, I beat it.
Okay, so you guys will be going first, but we are going to switch over to another group.
Okay.
So it is Gurgle and Kane.
Gurgle and
Clay.
Beekman.
I wrote Clay and said Kane. It's bad. I can't get your names right. Apparently. With that, as the magma gouts seem to come alive, we're back to the mountains.
Icy boys.
All right. I'll memorize first two. Remember, I second to.
Okay. This is the second time I'll say it. Again, I will say it one more time at your discretion.
Say it
But
slower.
if you don't remember, if you do not remember it, if you do not remember to ask it, I will not say it. With that being the case, I actually need to click back over to it. Sorry. Got a couple.
So first 2 lines, second 2 lines.
Okay.
So I'll get fire and earth. You get air and water.
Only when fire is fed, stone is grounded, wind is calm, and water flows freely, shall the path open. With that, there's no entrance on the tower. You must ascend. You have spider climb on.
I bonus action and turn my scythe into 2 war picks.
I would make it for makeshift climbers tools. Although you would not be able to turn it into 2 weapons. You get
Thought you
a
said I
war
could do
pick.
it.
We discussed it when you were talking about the dual wielding and the other feature you wanted to go, and then I said that it didn't make sense.
It didn't make sense for Razu to do it. But
It also doesn't
when we
make
were
sense
talking
for the
about the
weapon.
weapon, you said it would be all right to create 2 one-handed weapons.
God of War, like chain
But
between them.
instead of it being 2 plus 2s, it splits into 2 plus 1s.
I actually do remember that. I'd let you keep it. As you make yourself a makeshift climbing kit, probably the most demeaning of jobs for a titanium weapon, as you're going to attempt to climb, yes?
Did
That
you say
said,
it cuts through stone like butter? I don't even know if that would work for climbing.
as you take your pick and you hit, it is like a and just tears through the ice. As yes, titanium cuts through stone.
I mean, then you
like-
just turn it sideways.
Even still.
By all means.
That'd be so risky because, like, if you accidentally put too much weight on it, it would just slide.
But
Yeah,
at the
it'd
same
be
time,
so
he's also
risky.
strong enough to do pull-ups. So you just, even if you're sliding, you just do that, or you just squeeze together, where you just
So
use
the
friction.
only thing
But
is, I'll keep in
again,
mind that if you were like
think
this,
about it like
and you
this.
slipped and you went like this, unless
And
you
then
had
you
perfect control, and then
corrected
this one went, you have no grip. You are
and then if
free
you-
falling with
and
how
if-
these cut through
and you're
stone.
saying if
Unless
you
have
go
the
sideways.
capability to just squeeze and use friction.
But you'd still be falling rapidly.
No, because it would be basically. So if you start to fall, and this one starts to slide, then you just squeeze, and it literally.
If you had perfect control to make so that if this one slipped, you didn't slip at all with this one too. Yes.
Fair.
Also, but at that point, you're not using the actual war pick. You'd be using the blunt side. You'd effectively be using hammers and just hitting them in. With that, you absolutely can. Carry on. What would you like to do to try and attempt to climb this tower?
Okay. From mine, just using a titanium weapon, the shaft of the weapon,
You want to try?
if I mean, I'm pretty sure I could just knowledge off of using a weapon for this long, knowing my own strength, this is ice. Could I shove a shaft in? Do I think it would be sturdy?
Your weapon would stay. It'd be very difficult. Potentially possible. Again, that'd be equivocal to grabbing a pole and just stabbing it in. Which, just so you know what you're looking at as well, is a tower that is made of stone that is very clearly coated in ice.
Are quarterstaffs like a little bit pointy at the ends?
Nope.
No.
Spears are.
Could I make a quarterstaff that's pointy at the ends?
Why wouldn't you just make a spear? That's a quarterstaff that's pointy at the end.
That is a spear.
That is fair.
He's correct.
All right. Strategy. Spear, rod of immovable rod. That's straight up what's going on.
It's actually a fairly good idea. Especially because it would also allow you to not place all of your weight on the spear should something go wrong. It's a good idea. I would definitely let it influence the check. Only because Razu is definitely strong enough to both grab an immovable rod and then one-handed just pull him up high enough. Probably wouldn't even be that much of a struggle, actually.
That's how we're climbing, and being as I think he succeeded like a DC 8. I think.
I did not. The lowest I
Isn't
rolled
that
was
what
a
happened?
14.
Didn't he succeed on like a
No.
8?
Okay.
All right. Well, we climbing.
We're starting with acrobatics. You can very much still slip. Only one caveat, just so you know. If you slip on this one and he can't catch you, you are going straight up. You're now going down.
Guys, we need a second immovable rod so we can
Just
spit
climb
air.
in the air.
Actually, funnily enough, mechanically, Razu could do it. Because on a DC 25 strength check, you can move it 10 feet.
Oh, no, I was saying you could just unclick it while you're holding the other.
Do it
Yeah, while you're
again.
holding
Also,
the other.
I understand that,
Yeah.
but I'm saying with
Click.
one, if you can consistently succeed the check, it says if you succeed the check.
No,
you can
because if
move
you
it 10
seize
feet.
the tick, you're gonna go down.
You also
can't go down
need
with
to.
just
You would
one.
also need a baseline.
You
to
would
pull
also
against.
need
If you were on
leverage.
the ground and pulling it, sure. But if you have no leverage, if it's your leverage, you would not be able to. Okay, so with that, acrobatics first. How to climb the tower? You need positive 5 rolls. Every failed, or if every so an athletics check that is a failure, you are stationary. A slip results in 2 negatives. You need to
Athletics
go-
check for me.
that would be for him.
Okay.
Slip results in 2 failures. You have to go positive. I think it's at 6. I meant to say 5.
Okay. You said 5.
Okay, good. So you need positive 5 checks. So technically, you could do it in 5 checks.
To climb the tower?
Yes.
So in 5 checks, acrobatics is 2 down, athletics is 2 up.
No,
No,
athletics
you're only
is 1 up.
climbing once. If you slip, you go -2, and then if you fail the athletics check as well, you -3.
You also take damage every time you fall in a similar fashion. By the way, the damage isn't like you're falling and taking damage, just so you know. It's you're spending so long out in this freezing weather, you're literally freezing to death. That's where the damage has been coming from. Okay, with that, we're going to start with athletics for you, actually.
So-
Because I need to know if you actually climb.
Question.
Because you're just walking.
Question. With the immovable rod, wouldn't I be incapable of falling?
No,
It would
you could
either
just
be
slip
like
off.
I go up, I stab, and I freaking miss.
And then you're
it
dealing with
doesn't-
super windy temperatures, snow, your immovable rod would be wet. In fact, if you slip, I agree. You would leave your immovable rod where you were.
Yeah,
I was gonna
for
say
sure.
actually lose it. Yeah.
It would just
You
be up
wouldn't
there.
lose it. It'd just be floating.
It would just be
in the air.
floating,
floating.
1 up from you. Good luck, don't suck. Athletics.
I feel like you wouldn't lose grip of your thing on an acrobatics.
Have you ever tried to hold metal when you're freezing and it's wet?
Yeah, but that's still athletics.
No. Again, slipping is literally just acrobatics. That's what it is in D&D.
Also,
Ah,
it's not purely-
Shibalba.
it's not purely a strength thing. Technically, in real life, it's a combination of the two, but there isn't a combo roll.
But with that, again, I'm actually going to both of you roll athletics because if he fails, you can still drag him. Your roll just won't matter unless he fails.
Is a 22.
22 is a success. I will also allow one other thing. Because you are technically climbing with him and trying to help, what is your strength modifier?
+2.
+2. I will also just allow you to give him an additional +2 if you just don't want to roll yourself. And it would just be +2 on all his athletic rolls.
I feel like that would just be better.
It's up
so
to
I
you.
don't waste my 19.
For now, unfortunately, because he succeeded as well. Do you, for now on, do you want to roll your
Sure.
own or just give him?
I'll give him +2.
Okay.
I think that's just better.
Acrobatics.
How many Kenku recalls do I have?
Don't mess it up, Razu.
I have 5 Kenku recalls.
You are 1 up. You're effectively a 5th of the way up the tower right now.
I have 5 Kenku recalls.
Just so you know how I'm doing this as well. If you fall all the way to the one other
Fine,
thing, this is
fine.
important. If you natural 1, you fall to the bottom.
If you have advantage, that doesn't matter.
I mean, if
Technically,
you double
what if
that,
one
You could
Another
double that one.
There's enough.
Double that
there's
one.
I did it last session.
All right, we're Kenku recalling all my acrobatics stuff.
There's enough snow down there. It'll be like landing in a pillow, right?
16.
Instantly back to the ground as you climb up a little bit. Razu gets and he's effectively as you're starting to climb.
Wait,
you,
no,
you look
I don't
down.
need to use Kenku recall. I took the Dex water.
You
Oh yeah,
are
you just have
correct.
advantage to dex.
I've had advantage this whole time. I'm stupid.
I told you guys you were supposed to remember.
Yeah, you're
I said it when I gave you the pools. But effectively, as you climb up, you watch as Razu gets it, and he's like, "Oh, I can do this." And then he like tries to go way too high. He almost like swings himself up, slips off the immovable rod, and just.
So it's his fault that I rolled low and got the 9.
That said, I will say with a 19 athletics, you are able to catch him. I will not say you fall, but you're going to take the blunt damage of the rope hitting. So you're going to be taking
9,
additional
I thought
blunt
he said
damage.
9.
No, I got a 19 strength check
19.
first.
That was the athletics check. I was having him roll.
then he slips, unfortunately.
I did get a 9 on my dex check.
Never mind. You guys fall back to the bottom.
So he holds your weight, but he slides down.
Literally-
like, his feet are like.
As soon as like he falls, it's like
You catch him and you're like, shh.
it's like the spider just.
No, like he can hold the weight. It's just he's holding on
Yeah,
the
he's
ice,
just
and so
going down.
he's sliding down. He's like,
To the point that, again, you guys are still going to take cold damage. This is going to be resistant. That will be 14 points of cold damage, half to 7. And then Razu will be taking an additional 8 points of bludgeoning damage. Okay, you are back at the bottom. We need 5 checks. Athletics, so you have an additional +2 to your athletics is what's happening right now.
We're gonna freeze to death. You guys are gonna
Okay.
be destroyed by
29.
fire element.
I feel like,
more
I
than
feel like
enough.
the instructions
Acrobatics
were a
for
little
both
bit bait, but
19.
12.
19 actually is a success. However, 12 is not.
Making another athletics check to hold him.
You don't have to. It goes based off of your previous athletics check, and 29 is enough to catch this spider as it swings. You're rolling constitutions to keep polymorph up, right, too? Okay. As the spider starts to slip down, you're just like, you get back up to your rod, grab the rod, and just like, nope. Nope. And just kind of like pulling it back up.
One up, baby.
Let's go ahead. Go again. Athletics check. What? Why do you have advantage on the athletics?
I'm using Kenku recalls.
Okay.
Now that I know I have Dex auto, so now I'm using athletics.
Okay. Athletics.
you can also just rage, right?
31.
Right?
31.
If I rage, he loses advantage.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Losing. That's definitely a success. Acrobatics from both of you. 1 up.
Yeah, thank God.
Natural 20.
You're good.
We're fine.
You're 2 up.
So if a
Go
natural
again.
1 brings us all the way to the bottom, natural 20 brings us all the way to the top.
2 maybe.
If you both natural 20, I'll let you go to the
On the same roll.
Yeah, important. On the same roll. If you both natural 20, the same roll, I'll let you go to the top.
We're gonna save Kenku recalls.
Okay, so just 1 roll athletics.
That was 2 rolls, though, right?
Natural 20. That is a 39.
Yeah, but that's athletics, so you climb. Now acrobatics, and then this would be the same roll.
Yeah, but I'm saying natural 20 is the 39, so we climb higher because I'm a fucking Giga Chat.
No.
What do you mean?
If he
You only
falls,
have
you'll
so much-
39
You
athletics.
only have so much arm length, my man.
acrobatics check. Hurry. Go on.
Okay. I got a
12.
8.
That's a double failure.
Tactical
it still
mind.
does result in
13.
What? That doesn't.
Wonderful.
you're gonna fall a distance. We're back down to 1, and you will
On the
not be
bright
taking
side-
bludgeoning damage.
On the right side, the 1 does not count against your tactical mind because it was it's still failed.
I'm not using tactical mind
And
yet.
that is
Although you have
24 points of cold damage, half to 12.
Recalls, right?
Okay, athletics again. We're at 1. You need 4 more successes.
Having only a +3 fucking sucks.
These acrobatics.
We're doing athletics.
Athletics you're always doing the first one.
All right, 20, 30.
20, 30 isn't a number.
I said 30. I was saying 20,
Okay.
then I was thinking something, and it was just 30.
Okay,
I'm forgetting I have a plus 19.
acrobatics from each of you.
2,000.
Alright, 18.
Success.
11. Tactical mind. 14.
14.
Wait, it's not 11.
18.
I have a plus 2. It's 13. 17.
Is it 17 or is it 14?
17.
17 is a success.
First tactical mind usage.
Use your stuff.
Okay,
Plan.
3 more.
I'm using my shit.
It's fucking annoying.
And they have 3
Athletics.
tactical minds.
Athletics, Garazu.
He's hitting some check boxes.
What?
Athletics. Or climbing.
30.
30 is a success.
15.
Success.
19.
Success. 2 more.
I cannot see my dice. 36.
Yeah. Next.
What are you scrolling through?
Ooh, if you're 20, you make it to the top.
It's at the bottom.
Ooh.
21.
19.
Not a natural 20, though. Okay, 1 more.
30. Rolled 3
Success.
11s in a row.
Acrobatics again.
17.
Acrobatics.
11.
failure.
Tactical mind. 10 roll.
Ooh, 7.
Does a 18.
That is a success.
We're up, baby! That was so annoying.
So you make it
I'm
to
using
the
my
top
shit.
of the tower.
I feel like it's like the spider crawls over, just pulling up.
Like on the ledge.
I did it once and then I
You got a spider that's
little-
it's like huffing and puffing through its pincers. It's like.
And then I didn't have to use it on the dexterity. I just always have it.
Okay.
Currently.
You find yourself on a balcony, much like a lighthouse with a balcony that surrounds it. Directly in front of you, there is a pedestal that has a symbol of fire on it. As you kind of look about it, there's another pedestal. Has a symbol of air on it. Another one has a symbol of water. Last has a symbol of earth. You did not ask me as you climbed, so you must remember what to do. With that, you actually get to think about what to do. Is effectively one other thing. There's a door, similar again to a lighthouse, and there's the 4 pedestals that each have the rune on it and a basin. With that, we're going to leave that there. We're going to go over to Tiku and Zephyr. How are you guys wishing to proceed?
Okay, so I did cast 2 spells. I cast Enhanced Ability and Borrowed Knowledge. So I'm giving myself proficiency in Athletics for the next hour.
Okay.
And then I'm holding a Concentration Spell of Enhanced Ability cast at 3rd level, so I can choose 2 targets, and giving us advantage on Strength ability checks.
Okay. Excuse me.
So we're doing all the magic stuff.
Okay, how far are the hops between platforms?
They're only about 3 to 5 feet. They're not terribly far.
Okay. I feel like
You do
some of
have to
these
go
are
a good
trapped.
distance, though. You're going to have to jump across about 20 to 30, depending on how you guys decide to proceed. 20 to 30 separate jumps.
How you feeling about it?
I'm feeling pretty good. So we'll just take this one at a time. You go ahead and
All right.
help me in case I fall.
Tiku goes first this time. Okay, here we go.
Okay. Miss Tiku is going to make her first jump. So go ahead and start with an athletics check.
I need to pick a dice that I can actually see in the dock.
This one. Or this one.
Athletics. 21. Ooh.
You have advantage.
27. It's a little rough, guys.
Okay. You jump forward. I'm going to have Zephyr go ahead and roll me a d4.
Oh, D4.
Maybe I'll pick this dice instead. As long as it doesn't roll badly.
I can find it first.
Hold on, I help.
Oh, wait, there's one here. Got it. Okay. This one. That's a 4.
A 4.
Yes.
As Tiku's like, all right, Tiku first. She jumps. There's no platform through. As you jump into an illusionary platform, straight feast first into lava.
No, so the plan was always to tug on the rope in between. We talked about me and Tiku talked about this. Is she jumps first, we don't jump together. So that's
I know.
something
So
that
I
happens
said
when you
just
tug.
Tiku.
Yeah. The idea is I'm holding the rope, and then when I jump, she's holding the rope, and then we pull.
So you'd be able to help pull her back.
Yeah.
However, she is still jumping into lava.
Like-
What I would say is, for the sake of this, I will give you advantage
I mean,
on the.
Guessing a passive perception of 17 did not help me see through the illusion.
It did not. Especially because illusions can't be seen through with perception. It is investigation to see through a illusion.
False. It is an intelligence saving throw.
Is that new?
Or no?
you can use investigation as well.
I'm
Is
pretty
it
sure it is
investigation?
You
investigation.
can.
Yeah, I think
2014 was investigation. I don't know.
I'm pretty sure it
24
always
technically.
was. I'll
Am I
double check real
misremembering?
quick.
I think
Yeah, no, both 2024. It is with a successful intelligence in parentheses investigation. This is the previous one as well as the current one.
So, does your passive?
Passive does work against it, but I did check your characters, and neither of you have the passive investigation to be able to see through this illusion.
20 does not see through it, huh?
It does not.
He has 20.
It does not see through this illusion. With that being the case,
What'd you say,
I,
Amy?
we'll
So I first need a dexterity saving throw from you, Tiku.
Okay.
As you have jumped into lava, you already have advantage on it. I will give you an additional similar feature. I'll give you an additional D10 to roll with it, as Zephyr is helping you to pull back on the rope.
I don't even see where the dice went. Oh no.
I just barely noticed this thing turned off.
Dex saving throw? Is it acrobatics or a dex saving throw?
Dexterity saving throw for this.
2 plus 9 plus 2 is 13.
Jesus.
Oh god.
You do not have the same luck that they do. Quite the opposite, actually. As your feet hit the lava and Zephyr realizing, almost like a moment before, as like she jumps and then you like see a shimmer and you're like,
I can.
oh, wait a minute. As you hit the lava. One more time with your roll. You said 17?
13.
13 is a failure.
I haven't used my. I guess I would have used my reaction. I'm trying to dodge, so.
You could tactical mind if you fail a check.
You did fail with a 13. Do you want to tactical mind or do you want to?
Is it a saving throw though, or is it
This is a saving throw.
You can't use it on saving throws. It's only skill
you
checks.
would not be able to then.
That is exclusively only skill checks.
Is it altered or is it the 13?
I already have resistance to fire. That does not help.
Oh, I didn't know.
Everybody does.
Oh, I didn't know that either.
You didn't answer my question. Is the roll altered or is it just the 13? Gigu!
I'm gonna take it.
You're just gonna take it? Okay. That is 29 points of fire damage. As your feet hit what is very real lava. 29 would be half down to 14.
Okay.
With that, as Zephyr pulls you back to the baseline, you realize a
no
couple
rock
things in
there.
addition to that. There is illusions here. One of your trials. There will be athletics as you jump across. Another one of the trials. That apart from that, though, you can't really tell, other than the fact that you kind of like look at the lava and Tiku and you're like, all right, well, we're going to have to figure it out. You start to look for them, and then you kind of like look across the way. And you see there is a host of dragons that have now seemingly taken perch and look mighty hungry, as you will need to make a charisma saving throw against being frightened every time you wish to proceed forward.
Every time?
Every time you wish to proceed forward.
Oh, damn.
With that, as we will likely start with the two of you, I did not realize how late it is again. That is actually probably where we're going to end for this evening, as Tiku and Zephyr will be our first to start next week to see how they can cross this river of lava. So, with that, we love you, Jasmine. Thank you for always hanging out. We appreciate you. We will see you again next week. Goodbye.